Chapter 277. Splash. As soon as he entered the water, Jiang Hai's eyes swept to his side. At a glance, he saw the sea otter that was rushing forward quickly. At that moment, Jiang Hai also chased in its direction without saying a word. The sea otter is indeed an expert underwater, but unfortunately, this guy's swimming speed isn't that fast. It's just that his reflexes are quick. When this guy enters the water, he's fast. In the blink of an eye, he's already 3 to 5 body lengths away from Jiang Hai. If it took advantage of this gap, it wouldn't be difficult to get rid of Jiang Hai. Although this guy could only swim at a maximum speed of 15 kilometers per hour in the sea, it wouldn't be a problem to surpass Jiang Hai. What's more, this guy was much more agile under the sea than Jiang Hai. However, Jiang Hai wasn't easy to provoke. Since he was determined to catch this little thing, he wouldn't let it go easily. The first thing Jiang Hai did was to kick the boat behind him. Using the recoil force of the boat, Jiang Hai shot forward like a torpedo and instantly chased after the sea otter. At this time, the sea otter looked back at Jiang Hai. It was really scared out of its wits. At this moment, it was also a little flustered. It sped up and swam forward. Jiang Hai didn't catch it in a straight line, but he didn't care. He just hung behind it and swam quickly in that direction. One must know that the sea otter was also a mammal, and it also needed to breathe. When there was no gap between Jiang Hai and it. As long as it went up to breathe, then Jiang Hai could catch it. This was also Jiang Hai's confidence in himself. However, this sea otter was also quite strong. It knew that Jiang Hai was catching it, but it didn't swim upstream. It still desperately swam downstream. The sea otter's deepest diving depth was only about 50 meters. After a period of training, 50 meters was not a problem for normal people, let alone Jiang Hai. Just like this, a man and an otter swam straight from the sea surface to the bottom of the sea. Who? Originally, Jiang Hai didn't care about where the sea otter went. However, when he saw the reef on the seabed, he couldn't help but curse. He didn't pay attention to it. Reefs and corals were different. Corals were multicolored. Even corals with only one color were grayish-white. Especially in the clear sea water, like Jiang Hai's sea, corals could be seen from far away. However, the reefs weren't that easy to see. At this time, there was only a small group of reefs. If the sea otter escaped into the group, then catching it would be very troublesome. Thinking of this, Jiang Hai couldn't help but speed up. His big hand instantly grabbed the sea otter. However, the sea otter was very smart. It also sped up and entered the group of reefs. Looking at the scene, Jiang Hai couldn't help but shake his fist in annoyance. The reef was very dangerous because there were a lot of aquatic animals living here. For example, eels, sea snakes were some poisonous things. But since he was already here, Jiang Hai couldn't go back empty-handed. So he thought for a while and slowly swam into the group of reefs. But just as he swam over, he saw a black and white sea snake swimming towards the distance. This sea snake is called the ringed sea snake, a very common sea snake. Sea snakes actually don't have many species. There are only 16 genera and 50 species. They evolved from the ancient cobra. Compared to their relatives on land, sea snakes are less of a threat to humans. This was because sea snakes rarely attacked humans, unless you stepped on them or took the initiative to grab them. Otherwise, this snake is very docile. In the sea, it also has many natural enemies. Almost all large carnivores will eat this thing, so these guys don't have any sense of security. Although Jiang Hai has twice the physical fitness limit of humans, it's still better to be careful under the sea. These sea snakes left, Jiang Hai also breathed a sigh of relief. This is a good thing for him. Slowly touching the reef, Jiang Hai swam in little by little. At this time, he didn't notice that the sea otter actually didn't go deep into the reef group just now. It just hit on the reef near the door. For it, the reef group is actually quite dangerous. After Jiang Hai entered, it quietly left, leaving only Jiang Hai here. Reefs are actually similar to coral reefs. Many of them are wreckage left by marine life, but compared to the colorful coral reefs, reefs are not so beautiful. They are basically brown. Looking underwater, especially at the bottom of the sea, if the light is not too good, it is really a bit scary. At this time, Jiang Hai's place is already about 45 meters under the sea. The sunlight hits the bottom of the sea, so there will always be some reduction. Looking up, he can see his boat, but looking around, it's a bit dark. Fortunately, Jiang Hai is now a skilled and bold person. Plus, he is relatively close to the sea surface, so he still calmly moved forward. Soon, he found an enemy, a sea eel. In the sea, this thing was famous for being stupid. It was ugly and had problems with its brain. Whenever a creature passed by, it would attack, regardless of whether it was able to defeat it or not. Since it wasn't poisonous, Jiang Hai wasn't afraid of it at all. But now, Jiang Hai's main focus is to find the sea otter. It's not worthwhile to find trouble with it, so Jiang Hai bypassed it. But just after bypassing the reef, in Jiang Hai's eyes, he saw a group of green, blue, red, orange, yellow, a mess of colors in the crevices of the reef in the distance. They were quietly staying there, and outside of them, there were some transparent thread-like objects. Seeing this thing, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be stunned. He had only heard of this kind of creature before, but he really hadn't seen it before. At least, he didn't see it in his own coral group. Parrotfish. Muttering in his heart, Jiang Hai slowly swam over. As he swam to the side of this group of parrotfish, Jiang Hai was more certain that this is indeed a group of parrotfish. There are male and female, big and small, about 30 of them. It's really not a small group. When it comes to parrotfish, many people may think of the parrotfish in the fish tank at home. In fact, that kind of parrotfish is not a parrotfish. To be specific, it should be a cichlid. Its scientific name should be blood parrot. To be specific, it is a cross between a red devil and a purple firemouth fish. These two kinds of fish are also regarded as ornamental fish. They are sold in the fish market. The purple firemouth fish is the so-called arhat. It has a fierce character and bites everything. The blood parrot is a cross between these two kinds of fish, so the blood parrot itself has no way to reproduce. It is similar to a mule. Compared to the parrotfish made by humans, this kind of parrotfish is much better looking. This kind of parrotfish is a real parrotfish, also known as a parrotfish. Its scientific name is Cervicus luotian, and it belongs to the wrasse family. The color of this fish was very bright. Male fish were mainly divided into two colors, green and orange and green and red. Female fish were mainly blue and yellow. However, just like human fingerprints, the patterns on the parrotfish's body were also different. This kind of fish tasted good, although their main food was poisonous. Therefore, it is easy to leave toxins in their bodies, but these toxins are not enough to satisfy gourmets. At its most expensive, this kind of fish can be sold for dozens of dollars per kilogram. It is a very expensive and precious ingredient. However, this kind of fish is not very easy to catch. First, this kind of fish lives in the deep sea, and likes to stay in coral reefs or submerged reefs. It is very difficult to catch this kind of fish unless the reefs are blown up. The most important thing is that there are not many people in the world who dare to blow up coral reefs. This makes it impossible for large fishing boats to catch this kind of fish, because no one has the guts to blow up coral reefs. Second, this kind of fish lives in groups, and they are very united. If one of their companions is caught, these fish will swarm and bite the net open to save their companions. A net is cheap, $20,000 to $30,000, and a good one is $60,000 to $70,000, or even $100,000. Not to mention how much you can catch in one net. If the net is broken, you will have to buy a new one. How much would that cost? Therefore, although this kind of fish is expensive, they are well protected. Very few people eat them. Compared to their close relatives, the wavy-lipped fish, this kind of fish is very lucky. It is as the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. At this time, the thin layer of gauze on the surface of these fish is actually their knitted pajamas. The reason these parrot fish came here is very likely because of the recent warm weather. Otherwise, Big Dumb would have known there are parrot fish here, and it would have helped to drive the fish away. Looking at these creatures, Jiang Hai did not disturb them. However, it is not in Jiang Hai's character to leave just like that. After thinking for a while, Jiang Hai stretched out his hand, and then a trace of spiritual energy was sent into the bodies of these parrot fish. These fish were instantly awakened. By the time they reacted, Jiang Hai had already swam to the surface of the sea. This spiritual energy is enough to ensure that these fish will not freeze to death in winter. He does not know if these fish will stay in his territory. However, Jiang Hai also knows that there is no way to force them to stay. Therefore, after infusing the spiritual energy, Jiang Hai swam to the surface of the sea. When Jiang Hai poked his head out, he could not help but smile when he saw the 4 animals running around anxiously on the boat. These animals of his know how to worry about him. It seems that he has not raised them for so long in vain. Chapter 278. He had to admit that in the United States, planes were not much different from buses. In the United States, there were basically 2 ways for people to travel. One was to drive. This was because all the national highways in the United States were free of charge. Some of the toll highways were built by individuals. For example, New York, Los Angeles, and other highways that led to the rich were charged because they were built with private funds. The state-funded highways in the United States were free of charge, and the price of oil was really cheap. So, if it was only in the neighboring states, it would be very interesting to drive. Besides driving, the second most popular way was to take a plane. Planes in the United States were really similar to buses in China. They were very cheap, and sometimes even cheaper than buses. Of course, this was under the condition that there was a discount. Buses were the third most popular way, and trains were the last. In the United States, trains were actually the most unsuitable way to travel. Not only were they very expensive, but they were also very slow. The price-performance ratio was the highest among all the public transport systems, which was the opposite of China. So, in general, if people were not taking trains to have fun and enjoy the scenery, very few people would take trains. Although Boston and Miami were both geographically located in the eastern part of the United States, the geographical locations of the two were extremely different. One was in the southernmost part of the United States, while the other was not in the northernmost part of the United States. After all, no matter how far north it was, there was still a lonely Alaska overseas. So, if they flew from Boston to Miami, it would be quite far. It was almost the same as flying from Bing City to Hainan in China. The only difference was that Jiang Hai and the others bought first-class cabins, and the flight was faster. After deciding to go to Miami, Jiang Hai didn't wait too long. He couldn't wait any longer. Originally, he was afraid. The more he waited, the more afraid he became. Maybe he wouldn't dare to go in the future. So, after deciding to go, he booked a ticket on the same day. The next day, the flight would depart at noon. On the same day, he made arrangements in the manner. The marine matters were naturally arranged to Edward Anderson, and the ranch matters were arranged to Robbins Garcia. There was nothing to do at the winery after the planting was completed. Dulles Gerard and O'Connor Murphy were in charge of it. After everything was arranged, he talked to Aphrodite and the others. After a night of preparation, when everyone gathered the next morning, there was a small package beside each of them. With Burke Dollar, Philemon Turner, and Tommy Charles each driving a car, Jiang Hai and others quickly went to the airport in Boston. After waiting in the VIP room, they boarded the plane to Miami. He couldn't help but complain about the flight attendants in the United States. They were all aunties. In Jiang Hai's eyes, the youngest one was probably in her 40s. Even the stewardess in the first-class cabin was the same. Fortunately, Jiang Hai's side was surrounded by beautiful women, which made him feel very comfortable. Along the way, many men's eyes were staring at Jiang Hai and the women around him. Indeed, for these men, nothing was more attractive than beautiful women. In this way, after more than 3 hours of attention, Jiang Hai and the other 11 people landed in Miami by plane. Miami was actually not a very suitable city for living in the United States. The area of Miami itself was not large, and the area of the ocean was very large. Therefore, this city had no super industries. It was mainly based on tourism. Miami was the second largest city in the state of Florida. It was also a world-famous vacation paradise. Its scientific name was God's Reception Room. This was because many rich people and old people would come to this city to live in their old age after they retired. It was precisely because of the financial support of these rich old people that this city was named the richest city in the United States and the 5th richest city in the world in 2009. In order to make these old people happy, it was also named the cleanest city in the United States in 2008. Although this city was not big, it was one of the most densely populated cities in the United States. With Miami as the core of the metropolitan area, the population was more than 59 million. It was the largest metropolitan area in the southeast of the United States and the 4th largest metropolitan area in the United States, ranking higher than Boston. It was second only to New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago, the 3 leading cities in the United States. Because of its location on the border, Miami became the main city of immigrants a long time ago. In addition to white and black people, it was also a multi-ethnic city of immigrants. There were Cubans, African Americans, Nicaraguans, Haitians, Hondurans, and so on. According to the United Nations survey, the proportion of foreign-born residents in Miami was also the highest, ranking first, followed by Toronto. There were many ethnic groups, different nationalities, no industries, and a lot of old and weak rich people. These factors combined made the whole of Miami look like it was not as comfortable as one would think. This was the largest gathering place of South American drug dealers in the United States. It could be said that this was how Miami developed. In the 1980s, between 1970 and 1990, Miami was the largest drug transfer center in the United States. These drugs from Colombia, Bolivia, and Peru brought tens of billions of dollars to Miami. The money was then invested in local buildings. Luxury car dealerships, 5-star hotels, high-end apartments, bustling nightclubs, and many other prosperous scenes began to appear in this small city in the southernmost part of the United States. However, the American government was not stupid. This thing was like selling land. It could make a lot of money in a short period of time. But after a long time, it would be over. That was why Miami was one of the cities with the most police in the eastern region. It was also one of the most strict cities. At the same time, American TV series had been promoting this city, such as the famous Miami Vice, and the most classic 4th generation of Grand Theft Auto, Sin City, which was designed based on this city. However, at the beginning of its establishment, there was always a period of pain. For example, there was a period of time when Miami was extremely chaotic. The drug war, the shooting of tourists, Hurricane Andrew, the Elena Gonzalez incident, and the 2003 Free Trade Area of the Americas negotiations, etc. All of these made Miami's name completely stink for a period of time. However, in the recent decade, with the vigorous management of the United States, there were some improvements. Most of the people in the country knew about this city through movies and Channel 5 of the Imperial Court. The Miami Heat had always been a strong team in the American Professional Basketball Association. Originally, when Shaquille O'Neal was traveling to the East, the basketball market was hot for a while. After LeBron James' decision, the basketball market was hot for another 4 years. For Jiang Hai, his knowledge of Miami was limited to the sun, the beach, and the heat. When Jiang Hai came out of the airport with 10 beautiful girls, the men who were near the airport, or who came to take the plane, or who got off the plane, couldn't help but look at the lineup of a king and 10 queens. There were even some men who were whistling wantonly. Jiang Hai didn't like these people very much. Therefore, after frowning slightly, he ordered the 10 girls behind him, "Let's go quickly. I have already rented a car." At this time, the 10 girls behind Jiang Hai were a little confused. To be honest, they had experienced too much today. This was the first time they took a plane, and it was also the first time they came to this southern city. Feeling the different temperature and style from Boston, they were excited, surprised, and a little worried. At this time, the only support in their hearts was Jiang Hai. Therefore, while looking around curiously, after listening to Jiang Hai's words, they firmly followed Jiang Hai. Before Jiang Hai came, he had already arranged everything. After arriving at the airport, the car that they would take, the hotel that they would stay in, and so on, had all been booked. The black gold card was really not worth mentioning for these trivial matters. Soon, they found the GMC MPV that Jiang Hai had booked in the parking lot. Following the navigation, they went to their destination, which was the hotel they were going to stay in. After these days of driving in Boston, Jiang Hai had no problem driving here. The car drove smoothly on the road in Miami. Soon, the airport was left behind. Not long after, the flat coastline appeared on the right side of the road. That high-quality beach, the golden sand, under the sunlight, seemed to be covered with a layer of golden sand. It was so beautiful. The snow-white waves splashed against the shore along with the sea breeze and the tide, giving off a different feeling. The beach here is so calm. Lying in the passenger seat, Daliana whispered in a low voice. Indeed, the beach here gave people a very quiet feeling, but the beach in Jiang Hai's fishing ground gave people a very heroic feeling. It really was a different kind of feeling in their hearts. Hearing her words, Aphrodite and the others also quietly looked over there. Their eyes were full of curiosity. This was really an exciting journey for them. As the deserted beach gradually moved away, the city of Miami also appeared in front of Jiang Hai. Although it was only the periphery, it still gave a full feeling. Fortunately, Jiang Hai did not need to drive the car into the city, because the hotel he chose was in the suburbs. The most famous place in Miami was their Miami Beach, and the hotel Jiang Hai chose was on the beach, a 5-star luxury hotel. According to the navigation, they were almost there. Chapter 279. Carnival Group Business Hotel, this is it. Poking his head out of the car window and glancing at the hotel in front of him, Jiang Hai said to the girls behind him. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the girls who had been looking outside also retracted their gazes and looked at the hotel in front of them curiously. Speaking of Carnival, most people may not know much about this brand. Even if they know, most of them think that this brand is similar to an amusement park. But in fact, at least at this time, the Carnival that Jiang Hai mentioned is different from the Carnival in everyone's mind. The full name of this Carnival Group is Carnival Cruise Group. This group is a local industry in Miami. It is also the world's largest cruise group. Because their main goal is not in the hotel industry, there are almost no hotels in other cities except Miami. Even if there are, most of them are only on their cruise lines. And the boss of this group, Mitch Allison, is the largest shareholder of the Heat. Of course, Jiang Hai booked this hotel not for this reason, but because this hotel has the best reputation on the internet. Maybe because of the city's business card, this hotel has a good reputation on the internet, whether it is local tourists or foreign tourists. Jiang Hai drove the car and soon arrived in front of the hotel's main entrance. As he parked the car, a doorman came to open the door and take the luggage, but when the doorman saw that except for Jiang Hai, the rest of the people were beautiful girls, these doormen were a little confused. In addition to being a leisure city, the Sin City, Miami is also a model city. Every year, a large number of models come here to take photos or attend some rich people's parties, so these doormen have some resistance to beautiful girls. But these beautiful girls brought by Jiang Hai are not ordinary. After all, these girls are originally good-looking, plus the nourishment of Jiang Hai's aura. These girls' figures had undergone tremendous changes. In addition, when they were planting grapes, they also worked hard. Thus, his figure was extremely well proportioned. It could be said that his body was large where it should be large, and small where it should be small. There was not a trace of excess fat on his body, nor was it conspicuous. He was the type of person who would attract the attention of others the moment he stood before them. Except for Delina and Marion, who are still young, the other 8 girls are like ripe fruits, people can't help but want to pick them. Unfortunately, these 8 girls will not let others pick them, except for Jiang Hai. Please come in. However, the doorman still had some experience after all. Although he was stunned for a moment, he still respectfully bowed his head. One person went to drive the car to the underground parking lot, while the other person led Jiang Hai and the others to walk in. Originally, they wanted to help with the luggage. After all, this was a good opportunity to get tips. Unfortunately, Jiang Hai asked them not to bring any luggage when they came out. Therefore, these girls brought very few things with them. In addition to their own set of clothes, their backpacks only had a set of clothes, a set of swimsuits, and a mobile phone charger. How much space can these things take up? So the doorman has been preparing a trolley, but it is a waste of effort. I have booked a room. My surname is Jiang, and I come from Boston. Walking to the front desk, Jiang Hai directly showed his green card, and then said slowly. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the front desk of the hotel also became busy. Hello, Mr. Jiang. You have booked a total of 6 rooms, a presidential suite on the top floor, and 5 business suites next to it. Are you sure you want these rooms? Originally, seeing Jiang Hai's appearance, the front desk didn't pay much attention to him. After all, in this era, a person who travels with a group of girls doesn't look like a rich second generation, but more like an agent of some entertainment company. And these girls are his models. Of course, everyone knows what these models do. But now it seems that they have misunderstood. It seems that no agent can casually book a presidential suite on the top floor, and even book a business suite for his models. After all, the price of the rooms in this hotel is very expensive. Yes, these are the 6 rooms. Book them for me for a week first, then we will talk about it. Glancing at the front desk, Jiang Hai smiled and handed over his Centurion black gold card. As soon as the card was handed over, the front desk's eyes lit up. When she took the card, she unconsciously scratched Jiang Hai's palm, which made Jiang Hai a little excited. After all, since the last time he did it in China during the Chinese New Year, Jiang Hai basically relied on his hands. Although there are many high-quality girls around him, he didn't do it because he didn't want to eat the grass near his burrow. Now that he's out, it seems, card. While Jiang Hai was fantasizing, Daliana, who was behind him, couldn't help but pat him gently. She gestured with her mouth that the front desk had already booked the room card. Jiang Hai couldn't help but smile a little awkwardly. He took his bank card and the stack of room cards. Of course, when he took them, he also touched the palm of the beautiful woman at the front desk. The beautiful woman at the front desk seems to be a Latin American beauty. Her skin is somewhat similar to that of Asians, a very healthy wheat color. She is also very delicate. Her long brown hair is draped over her head, looking really wild. Coupled with the uniform, I can't think about it, or I will make a fool of myself again. After taking the room card, Jiang Hai was led to the elevator by the doorman behind him. Soon, they arrived at the top floor of the hotel. Jiang Hai's 6 rooms were next to each other. After all, Miami's reputation as the city of crime was too well known. If something happened, he could take care of the others. When they came to the front of these rooms, Jiang Hai opened all the doors one by one. After confirming that all the rooms didn't need to be changed, Jiang Hai also gave the doorman a tip of $100. Looking at the green Franklin's face, the doorman's mouth was about to open. At first, he thought that he could get $10 or $20. After all, he just helped to press the elevator. There was no luggage for him to carry, but he was really happy that Jiang Hai gave him $100. Thank you. After sincerely thanking him, he directly left. Jiang Hai also looked at these rooms. The so-called business suite was a 2-bedroom apartment with 2 bedrooms, not divided into the master bedroom and the consort bedroom. They were basically the same size. Each room had a separate bathroom with a shower head, a place to wash your face and brush your teeth, and a toilet. There was a TV, a separate air conditioner, a table, chairs, a sofa, and a computer in the room. There was a large living room outside. There was an independent TV in the living room and a small wine cabinet next to it. There was a lot of wine in it. Of course, if you want to drink the wine, you have to pay for it. There was also a bigger bathroom with a bathtub for bathing. In the middle of the living room was a set of sofas with a small balcony. From the balcony, you could directly see the sea behind. The golden beach and the blue sea. At this time, there were still many people playing there. After all, it was still early. The 5 business suites were all the same. Jiang Hai's presidential suite was even more luxurious. Walking in, there were a total of 3 rooms and 2 guest rooms. The bigger room was as big as this suite. There was a huge round bed, and the TV opposite had its own family background sound. The room had a balcony, and one could see the sea view opposite. In the room, there was wine, water, drinks, and snacks. Most importantly, these things were free. As for the other 2 rooms, one was the same as the business suite, and the other was used as a study. There were 2 living rooms, one for the reception, and the other for leisure. However, they were much bigger than the business suite. Especially the main living room. It was not a problem to have a party here. They might have considered that Huaxia people would come here to play. The bathroom in Jiang Hai's presidential suite had a Huaxia smell. It was a square bathtub with 4 dragon head faucets at the 4 corners of the bathtub. The bathtub was not only good-looking, but also had a massage function, which really satisfied Jiang Hai. Tomorrow, we'll go to the clinic that Sandy mentioned. The day after that, I'll take you to West Reef Island. The day after that, we'll go to Bishijing Island. The day after that, we'll go to the Everglades National Park. After that, we'll take a day off. After that, we'll go shopping in Miami. After that, we'll go directly to Orlando. I'll take you to Disneyland Park. Seeing that everyone was very satisfied with these rooms, Jiang Hai clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. He began to explain the itinerary for these days. As soon as they heard that there were so many places to play these days, the girls' eyes lit up. After all, it was not easy for them to eat and wear, let alone play. But now that they were with Jiang Hai, it was all made up for. "Boss, the weather is just right now. We don't need to rest. Let's go play now." After hearing Jiang Hai's plan, Aphrodite's eyes lit up, and she suggested to Jiang Hai. Indeed, if they were to stay in the room and guard the beach outside, they would not be able to sleep even if they wanted to. Instead, it was better to go down and play. Chapter 280. "Well, okay, you guys go back to your room to change into Shanghai clothes first, and then we will go to the back to play." Hearing Aphrodite's words, Jiang Hai didn't say much. After all, these people have experienced a lot, but they are actually still young. With the help of Jiang Hai in the past few months, they have gradually walked out of the shadow of the past. Jiang Hai is also more willing to see them like girls, not like when he first saw them. Yeah. Hearing that Jiang Hai agreed, these girls couldn't help but cheer, and then quickly went back to their rooms to prepare. As for Jiang Hai, he also changed into a pair of beach pants and prepared to bask in the sun. After all, for him, there is nothing to play with in the water. If there is any treasure under the sea, it may arouse his interest. But after all, this is the beach. There is no treasure, so Jiang Hai is going to play on the shore. Jiang Hai waited for about 10 minutes before someone knocked on his door. The first people to appear in front of him were Delina and Marion. These two girls were already 15 years old this year. Their swimsuits should be considered the most conservative among all the swimsuits he has. But even if it is conservative, it is rare to see a one-piece swimsuit for elementary school students in the United States. The most conservative one is the bikini. It's just that the style is relatively old. The upper body is not only made of two pieces of cloth, but it is similar to a corset. There are a lot of cloth above and below the two pieces of cloth, outlining the upper body lines, but nothing else is missing. The lower body is also a pair of swimming trunks, but there is a small skirt outside, covering all the places that should be covered. These two sets of swimsuits were chosen with the help of Shandy Clive, probably based on the clothes worn by her sister at this age. "Jiang, we are ready." Seeing Jiang Hai come out, Delina and Marion couldn't help but smile. "Okay, but we have to wait for them." Seeing that the two girls are getting more and more beautiful, Jiang Hai is also comforted. Just as Jiang Hai was talking, the doors of several other rooms were opened, and then the other girls, all wrapped in a layer of towels, came out from inside. Seeing that they are all here, Jiang Hai didn't say much. He waved his hand and led everyone downstairs to the bathing area. While taking the elevator, Jiang Hai's group still attracted a lot of attention, but Jiang Hai's outfit is very normal. After all, they came to Miami to play, especially staying in this hotel. It would be a pity if they don't go swimming. The elevator stopped 3 times on the way down from the top floor. Except for a man in a suit, the rest of the people were all wearing swimsuits. There was even a burly man who was only wearing a pair of swimming trunks. Originally, a pair of swimming trunks was very normal, but this big guy looked to be about 2 meters tall, at least close to 300 pounds. That big pile of fat was tightly wrapped around by the swimming trunks. If one didn't look carefully, it really was very difficult to see that his stomach was blocking the triangular trunks. But even so, he still felt very good about himself. After getting on the elevator, he saw Jiang Hai and the others and took the initiative to talk to them, but Aphrodite and the others didn't even bother to look at him. But he didn't care. Finally, they came to the first floor. Jiang Hai and the others got out of the elevator and walked towards the passage behind the building. The whole hotel's main entrance is next to the road, and behind it is the hotel's own private beach. People who have been to the beach before know that the beach is not something that can be entered casually. For a seaside tourist city like this, the beaches are divided into two types. The first is the public beach that everyone can go to for free, also known as the public bathing area. The quality of the beach is not bad, but the environment will definitely be affected. There are all kinds of people, but it is a good place for the citizens to go to have fun, but don't ask for too much. The second is the private beach, just like in Jianghai's manor, or the back of the hotel. This beach and the shoreline of several meters has been booked by the hotel, or bought out by the hotel. Only the guests of the hotel, or the guests who came to have fun and paid for it, can enjoy it here. The carnival's bathing area is still very good. Although it is charged, the price is still relatively affordable. Some white-collar workers who are not willing to squeeze with others can also afford to come here to have fun. Therefore, there is still a lot of traffic in this bathing area. On this beach, there are about 100 people here. However, compared to the empty beach, hundreds of people are not too many. Basically, they are scattered in different places to have fun. When Jianghai and the girls around him appeared, many of the guests who were still playing around stopped their movements and began to stare at Jianghai. Oh no, the beauties behind him. Many people would use the excuse of playing games to slowly approach these people. Some men who were originally sunbathing on the beach would deliberately turn their bodies sideways to let the sun shine on their Apollo's belt, hoping to attract the attention of these girls. Unfortunately, these girls do not care about these men. In their eyes, there is only one man. Thus, these girls stepped forward with their fair and tender little feet, crushing the glass hearts on the ground. Seeing that these girls are not easy to hook up with, many people have already given up. However, there are still some who are there, eyeing covetously, waiting for an opportunity to approach them. Jianghai actually does not care about these men, because first, he is only protecting these girls, not monitoring them. If these girls have a sweetheart, he will let them go. Second, it depends on whether these people can walk into the hearts of these girls. Therefore, Jianghai just glanced around and decided on their location. Let's do it here. There aren't many people here. As soon as Jianghai's voice fell, the girls stepped on the soft beach and came to the deck chairs that were already prepared for them. These reclining chairs are free, and can be regarded as a benefit of the private beach. When they came to the reclining chairs, these girls also took off the bath towels that have been draped over their bodies. As the bath towels were taken off their bodies, the sound of saliva being swallowed could be heard. Because these girls have absorbed Jianghai's spirit energy, and because of the beef that they usually eat, their bodies also have spirit energy. Therefore, their figures are quite good. Their flat abdomens and four-pack abs are faintly visible, but they are not protruding and do not look fierce. Their slender arms and legs, full upper body, round lower body, and three-dimensional collarbones are all extremely eye-catching. Coupled with these girls' originally very beautiful bare faces, they are even more attractive than most men. And the most shocking thing is their swimsuits. In fact, when Jianghai saw the swimsuits on their bodies, he was startled. This was because there was something wrong with them. Jianghai has seen these girls' swimsuits before. They are very conservative bikinis, and they are less fabric than Daliana's and Marian's swimsuits, but they are very limited. After all, these swimsuits were designed with the help of Mrs. Philemon and the others. These old women have always been on guard against these young and beautiful girls seducing their husbands. Therefore, although the swimsuits that they chose are not very strange, they are basically similar to what ordinary high school students wear. They are not ugly, but at least they are not very good-looking. However, when these girls took off their towels, Jianghai was stunned. The swimsuits on these girls are not the ones that Jianghai has seen before. They are all new, and the style is completely different. For example, the one that Aphrodite is wearing is a white swimsuit on the upper body. It is double-layered, with an inner layer and an outer layer of mesh lace. Other than covering the important parts, the big V in front of the chest and the sides are not covered. There are a total of 2 straps. One is white in front, hanging around the neck, and the back is made of a thin silver metal. Although the bottom is not the legendary t-shirt, it is not too far off. The 2 sides are tied together by 2 ropes. The kind that can be taken off directly as long as the rope is unbuckled is indescribably tempting. Dana Taylor's swimsuit is black. There is not even a strap on the top, just a black bib with a small flower on the chest. It is the same for the lower body. It is the kind that can be taken off as long as the strap is unbuckled. Apart from them, Hilda, Paige, Sheila, Ohilia, Bridge, Tennis and the others are all wearing swimsuits like this. The only difference is that the material and color are slightly different, but all of them are the kind that can directly appear in some adult men's favorite magazines. Seeing Jiang Hai's dumbfounded expression, Aphrodite and the others are a little embarrassed. How is it? Does it look good? But as the eldest sister, Aphrodite still walked in front of Jiang Hai. She purposely spun around in front of Jiang Hai and then said to Jiang Hai with a smile. Okay, wait. Where are your original swimsuits? Who told you to wear this? Jiang Hai subconsciously wanted to say that it looks good, but when the words reached his mouth, he swallowed them back. This plot is not right. Where did the original pure and innocent girls go? This is what your guest, the lady called Pra Walton, told us. She said that if we want to have sex with you, then we need to let you know our beauty. She said that this will be effective. Seeing Jiang Hai's 3 parts embarrassment and 7 parts shyness, Aphrodite knew that there is no problem with her strategy. Thus, she took the initiative to sit next to Jiang Hai. Her 2 long legs, regardless of Jiang Hai's feelings, directly crossed in front of Jiang Hai and rubbed up and down. What nonsense are you talking about? You guys play, I'm going to look at my phone for a while. Feeling Aphrodite's movements, Jiang Hai is dazed. Chapter 281. TSK, you don't mean what you say. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Aphrodite couldn't help but get up and slap Jiang Hai's thigh, almost hitting his vital part. Then, regardless of Jiang Hai's mood, she walked directly to the sea in the distance. Seeing Aphrodite's action, Jiang Hai also sat up from the recliner all of a sudden. This girl really dared to hit him. Before Jiang Hai could react, Dana Taylor also ran over, but she was much more reserved. She just patted Jiang Hai's arm and left with a smile. Under the lead of these 2 girls, the following girls deliberately ran to Jiang Hai and patted him on the shoulder or on the back. Anyway, everyone touched, oh no, patted him before going into the sea. Facing the waves, these girls ran into the sea. But because these girls don't know how to swim, they didn't swim in, but just played by the water. After these girls left, Jiang Hai also calmed down for about 10 minutes, put on his sunglasses again, and lay on his recliner. Daliana and Marian, who were beside him, hesitated for a moment before walking over. Jiang, is it sexy to dress like that? Marian bit her lip and asked hesitantly. If that's the case, then we can wear it too. Compared to Marian, who is still a little shy, Daliana is much more open. She sat directly on Jiang Hai's recliner, raised her small face, and said to Jiang Hai with a proud face. Don't be arrogant there, just stay there obediently. But hearing her words, Jiang Hai didn't have any expectations. He pressed one hand on each of their heads and rubbed them hard, then Jiang Hai lay down again. Seeing Jiang Hai's lazy look, the 2 girls couldn't help but threaten Jiang Hai with their hands, and then went to the sea to play with Aphrodite and the others. As for Jiang Hai, he didn't really play with his phone, although it's not easy for him to do anything to Aphrodite and the others. But after all, Aphrodite and the others are indeed beauties. If he would rather play with his phone than look at the beauties, then this person is either a gaming nerd or has a psychological problem. Although Jiang Hai also likes to play games, he hasn't reached the extent of addiction. So he just half lay there, watching the beauties in front of him play with the water. It's really a different feeling. After playing for about an hour, they were a little tired. Doliana and Marian ran back first, lay on the recliner, drinking juice, and chatting for a while, and then fell asleep. After sitting on the plane for more than 3 hours, although it's a first-class cabin, it's actually very tiring. Originally, Jiang Hai wanted to let them sleep first, but they were a little impatient, so they naturally played for a while and were a little tired. Not long after, the sound of steady breathing passed into Jiang Hai's ears. Looking at the two girls curled up like kittens, Jiang Hai couldn't help but shake his head. You really don't know how to take care of yourself. After saying that, Jiang Hai stood up, walked in front of the two girls, picked up the towel next to them, and covered them with it. Looking at the two girls who looked exactly the same, but very quiet, Jiang Hai also smiled. Jiang, can I trouble you with something? Just as Jiang Hai quietly looked at the two girls in front of him, Aphrodite's voice sounded softly beside Jiang Hai. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but look over curiously. Prawalton said that sunbathing by the sea is very comfortable, but I need to apply some sunscreen on my body. I don't know if you can help me apply it. Seeing Jiang Hai looking over, Aphrodite couldn't help but take out a bottle shyly. Jiang Hai took a piece. It's indeed sunscreen, and it's newly bought, but it seems that Aphrodite came prepared. However, Jiang Hai can't say these words. Under Aphrodite's begging eyes, Jiang Hai nodded slightly stiffly. Seeing that Jiang Hai agreed, Aphrodite also smiled, then pulled Jiang Hai to her chair and lay down. Looking at Aphrodite's perfect back, Jiang Hai couldn't help but swallow, but since he agreed, he couldn't say anything. He squeezed some sunscreen out of the bottle. Jiang Hai first applied it on his hand, then touched Aphrodite's back with trembling hands. It says to start from the neck, and you must apply it thickly. The instructions also say that you have to apply more than 2 millimeters for it to be effective, otherwise you will still get sunburned. Feeling Jiang Hai's trembling fingers touch her back, Aphrodite's body also trembled, but soon calmed down, and then Aphrodite whispered. Oh. Hearing Aphrodite's explanation, Jiang Hai was really a bit passive, because he really didn't know how to do this thing. He had never done it before, but no matter what, there's always a first time, so he'll just treat it as practice for the future. Jiang Hai took a deep breath to calm his slightly trembling heart. Then, he placed his hand on Aphrodite's neck. The moment his fingers came into contact with her delicate skin, Jiang Hai could feel it in the depths of his heart. However, he forcibly stopped himself and slowly moved his hand along her neck. Cough, he began to smear it on her neck. After he finished smearing her neck, he went to her back. Just as Jiang Hai's hand was halfway smeared, Aphrodite's hand suddenly moved. In front of Jiang Hai's eyes, she undid the chain on her back. In an instant, her swimsuit was draped in front of her. From Jiang Hai's point of view, he could even see the hemisphere on the side. Don't leave it here either. Seeing Jiang Hai stop moving, Aphrodite continued. Oh. Jiang Hai swallowed another mouthful of saliva, and continued to move. His forehead was already faintly sweating. Soon, the back was finished, and it was the bottom, but here, Jiang Hai really didn't know what to do. Below, you also have to apply more evenly. Feeling that Jiang Hai's hand was no longer moving, Aphrodite took the initiative to pull Jiang Hai's hand over and pressed it on her waist, then with a gentle tug, she untied the ropes on both sides of her swimming trunks. As her hands moved, something that shouldn't be seen instantly appeared in front of Jiang Hai. Looking at the round shape, the gap in the middle, and the special place in front of the gap, Jianghai suddenly felt very thirsty, and he didn't know where to put his hands. However, Aphrodite gritted her teeth. Now that things had come to this, the arrow on the bow had to be released. Therefore, she continued to lie there, her hands grabbing Jianghai's large hands, and slowly sliding them down. After pausing on the round shape for a moment, he changed the point of attack to the gap. When Jianghai's fingers entered the gap, Aphrodite's body had already begun to tremble uncontrollably. This allowed Jianghai to recover from his initial shock, and he immediately continued to slide his hands down to her legs. Although she felt a little empty in her heart when she felt Jianghai's movements, Aphrodite still had a lot of feelings. She also didn't want to provoke Jianghai too much. Well, actually, there was no way to provoke him anymore, or else it would be real. She allowed Jianghai to apply on her legs, and before long, Aphrodite's legs were completely covered by Jianghai. Cough, it's okay now, I'm going to wash my hands. Seeing that he was finally finished, Jianghai immediately wanted to leave, but how could it be so easy? Aphrodite had already sat up and grabbed his hand just as he was about to leave. There's still the front that hasn't been applied. My hand has to protect this side. Seeing Aphrodite gently bite her lip, Jianghai originally wanted to leave, but at this moment, his legs couldn't move. Looking at Jianghai's appearance, Aphrodite couldn't help but laugh. She lay back on the chair, not caring that the sunscreen she just applied had already dissipated on the chair. As mentioned earlier, she had already unbuttoned her top, so when she came over, her upper body was actually naked. Therefore, her two hands, one on the left and one on the right, covered the two most important places, and appeared vaguely in front of Jianghai. "Boss, I'll have to trouble you to apply the front for me," Aphrodite said slowly as she looked at Jianghai. This time, Jianghai really didn't know what to do. His whole body just stood there stiffly, neither moving forward nor retreating. Seeing Jianghai's stiff appearance, and most importantly, seeing that Jianghai was still wearing loose beach pants, Aphrodite turned her back to the beach in the distance and completely faced Jianghai. She loosened her hands, and in an instant, Aphrodite's perfect front appeared in Jianghai's line of sight. Feeling Jianghai's burning gaze, Aphrodite didn't care. Instead, she directly reached out her right hand and gently placed it on Jianghai's mysterious protrusion. This startled Jianghai and he immediately took a step back. "Do you need me to help you?" Seeing that Jianghai was a little panicked, Aphrodite smiled and then whispered to Jianghai. She also knew that this place wasn't a place for real swords and spears, so she secretly pointed to her mouth. This kind of action was even more tempting for Jianghai. At this time, there were two little people in his heart, one saying, "If you don't do this, are you still a man?" The other side said, "Rabbits don't eat the grass near their burrows. What happened to your persistence in the beginning? Did you feed it to the dogs?" Now Jianghai was really caught in a dilemma. If he knew it would be like this, he wouldn't have come no matter what. "What are you doing? Go away." Just when Jianghai was a little at a loss, a sharp voice suddenly came from the distance. This voice was very familiar to Jianghai. It was the voice of one of the 8 girls, Sheila Rodney. Following the voice, Jianghai looked over and saw 5 men standing in front of the 7 girls. He knew that trouble was coming. Chapter 282. Put on your clothes. At this time, there was no time to think about the problem with Aphrodite. After Jianghai turned his head and said to Aphrodite, he temporarily blocked in front of Aphrodite. Aphrodite also knew that something must have happened. So she immediately put on her shirt. Swimming trunks were much easier to deal with, she just had to tie them up. Seeing that she had already blocked the exposed parts, Jianghai also rushed over in 2 steps. Seeing Jiang Hai come over, the girls who were originally angry at the 5 men unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Then they wanted to lean towards Jiang Hai, but the 5 men wouldn't let them go so easily. Instead, they directly blocked in front of these girls. Seeing this, Jiang Hai could already conclude that these people were here to cause trouble. So Jiang Hai immediately sped up without saying anything. The distance between him and these girls was originally only a few dozen meters. How could Jiang Hai's speed be the speed of an ordinary person? A few seconds was enough for him to rush over. Seeing that Jiang Hai had come, one of the 5 people couldn't help but turn his head and shout at Jiang Hai, "This has nothing to do with you, get lost." While this guy was talking, Jiang Hai had already arrived in front of this person and walked towards the encirclement without saying anything. And this guy wasn't an ordinary person. This guy was about 185 meters tall and was Asian. It was hard to tell which country he was from. His body was full of muscles and he had a crew-cut hairstyle. His body unconsciously emitted a murderous aura. If Jiang Hai wasn't wrong, this person should be a soldier, and a regular soldier at that. At the same time, his hands were stained with human lives. Jiang Hai didn't understand why a soldier would appear here, but his current actions clearly showed that he wanted to be his enemy. This person saw that Jiang Hai was completely ignoring him and was about to rush forward. He no longer held back and reached out his right hand to grab Jiang Hai's clothes. But the moment his hand was about to grab Jiang Hai's clothes, Jiang Hai's right hand directly grabbed his wrist. Jiang Hai's face that hadn't been looking at him all this time also turned his face. "Are you going to attack me?" Staring into the eyes of the person in front of him, Jiang Hai said slowly. "You, let go of me." Seeing that his hand was grabbed by Jiang Hai, this person was sweating. Jiang Hai's grip strength was twice that of an ordinary person's grip. Even if this guy had practiced, he instantly felt that his hand was clamped by an iron clamp. He wanted to break free, but there was no way to break free. Seeing this guy couldn't help but be angry. He directly kicked towards Jiang Hai's lower abdomen. This time, if the place was right, it would hit the lower abdomen and he would instantly lose his fighting strength. If the place was a little off, then the man would be finished. And this guy had clearly practiced. This knee strike could be said to be fast, accurate, and not ruthless. Seeing his movements, Jiang Hai's eyes were also cold. Without saying a word, he moved his body sideways and avoided the knee strike. At the same time, Jiang Hai's waist also exerted force. He directly lifted this person's wrist and slammed him heavily on the sand behind him. Fortunately, it was sand. If it was normal ground, even if it wasn't fatal, he would have a severe concussion and bleeding head. But even if it was a sofa, this person was still stunned by this fall. His arm was directly twisted because of the swing, but this person was also a man. He gritted his teeth and didn't make any screams. "Bastard, you dare to fight back." Seeing that Jiang Hai actually beat one of them into this state, a man among the 7 girls couldn't help but shout loudly. This guy actually shouted in Chinese. After shouting this sentence, the man was about to rush over, but the remaining 3 people around him blocked him and made a path. Seeing these people make way, Dinah Taylor, Hilda Leonard, and the others ran over immediately and hid behind Jiang Hai. At this time, Aphrodite also got dressed, woke up Delina and Marion, and ran over together. F***CK, there are actually 3 such high-quality goods. Boy, let me tell you, you're finished. But this young master will kindly accept these daughters of yours. You guys, go. Seeing Aphrodite and the other 2 rushing over, a slightly ferocious smile flashed across the man's face, then he pushed the 3 people around him and shouted crazily. While this guy was shouting, Jiang Hai also asked about the situation. Just now, these girls were playing in the water here, and then this man came over with 4 bodyguards. The girls didn't want to play with others, so they wanted to go ashore, but this man shamelessly stuck to them. When they ignored him and were about to leave, he became a little angry and grabbed Sheila Rodney's arm. Sheila Rodney screamed in fear and slapped him in the face. So the grudge was formed. Listening to the girl's words, Jiang Hai could only say that it was a good slap. Young master, the other party is a martial artist. While Jiang Hai was listening to the girls talk, he was also looking at the 4 people over there to see if they would make any moves. Fortunately, the young man was a retard, but his 3 bodyguards still had some skills. Jiang Hai didn't think much of it. Seeing that the other party didn't dare to move, Jiang Hai also looked at the 4 people over here. The 3 people in front were the same as the person that Jiang Hai just killed. They should be bodyguards. From the Hua Xiao language that person just now, these 4 people should all be retired from the army. And looking at their skills, they should be special forces or some ace troops. If they were in China, Jiang Hai might not dare to provoke a person with 4 such bodyguards. But where is this? This is the United States, and Jiang Hai is a rich man. He is the privileged class here. Provoke him. Courting death. And the leader of these 4 people was not the arrogant guy. He looked to be about 23 or 24 years old, about 1.82 or 1.83 meters tall, with a head of silver white hair, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a Xiaobai face. In addition, he had a good figure, a V-line, a male dog waist, and an expression that said, "I'm Long Out Yin." He really had the look of a male protagonist in a web novel from 10 years ago. However, it was a pity that 10 years ago, such an expression was known as looking down on the world. But 10 years later, such an expression was known as a tiger facing the sky. It could also be said to be S13 facing the sky. So what if he's a martial artist? Kill him. Hearing his subordinate's words, the people over here didn't care at all. It was obvious that this guy had never been bullied before, which was why he dared to be so arrogant. But unfortunately, he met someone who was even more arrogant today. Jiang Hai was a rich man. What was a rich man? When there was no reason, he would use money to reason. When there was reason, unless he met someone who was richer than him and was willing to spend more money, he would kill you. Seeing this guy's face, Jiang Hai did not say anything and rushed toward the 4 people. When the 3 people saw Jiang Hai rushing over, they knew that this matter could not be settled peacefully. They did not say anything. The 2 people in front raised their fists and rushed toward Jiang Hai, while the other person continued to protect the man. Fighting 1 against 2, Jiang Hai was not at a disadvantage at all. In the past, when Jiang Hai was at the limit of a human's body, he might have been beaten up a little, but winning was not a problem. After learning self-defense from Bale, he had even less of a problem. Now that Jiang Hai's physical fitness had reached level 2, which was twice the limit of a human's body, it was even less of a problem to deal with these 2 people. But these 2 people were the elites of the military after all. In China, the armed police and special forces often practiced hard qigong. In fact, it was called qigong, but to put it bluntly, it was the ability to resist attacks. These people all knew how to deflect force, and at the same time, their ability to resist attacks was extremely strong. Jiang Hai's fists were fast and strong, but when they hit their bodies, other than pushing them back, it was a little troublesome to deal with them in one move. But for Jiang Hai, it was just a little troublesome, but for these 2 people, it was big trouble. Because of their attacks, Jiang Hai could dodge 80 to 90% of them. The remaining 1 or 2 were mostly probing attacks. Rather than hitting people, it was more like scratching an itch for Jiang Hai. And when Jiang Hai hit their bodies, he deflected most of the force with his experience and ability. but the pain that drilled into their bones still made them a little scared. They knew that every time they were hit, they would get a bruise on their bodies. However, they had no choice but to endure it because their employer was behind them. If their employer was taken care of, it would be their dereliction of duty. Their dereliction of duty was not scary, but the scary thing was this person's influence in the country. If something really happened to him, their families would be finished, so they had to fight for their lives here. Seeing that Jiang Hai was suppressing the two people by himself, and that victory was about to be decided, the bodyguard protecting this person was also a little hesitant. He was considering whether to go up himself, or protect this idiot and leave first. But before he could make up his mind, the idiot behind him had already decided for him. You go up too. Hurry up and finish him. Hearing the idiot's words, the third bodyguard also joined the fray, but even if it was 1 against 3, Jiang Hai was still suppressing them. Winning was only a matter of time. Now, Jiang Hai was using them to test his moves, to test out the moves that Bale had taught him before. Let's go too. Seeing that Jiang Hai and the other two people were fighting, Aphrodite in the distance also understood what was going on. Her eyes immediately turned cold as she looked at the guy who no longer had anyone defending him. With a quiet shout, she already led the 9 girls behind her and pounced on the man. Although Aphrodite said whatever she wanted in front of Jiang Hai, she didn't have much of a temper. But don't forget, they used to be on the streets, so they were very clear about unity and what to do at what time. Chapter 283. What are you doing? Do you know you're wrong? Come and beg me, it's too late. Seeing Aphrodite and the other girls coming over, the man snorted disdainfully and said coldly. In his opinion, this was a scene he often saw in the past. In the past, whenever he fancied a woman in China, there would always be some people who would come over to save the damsel in distress. Then, when they were beaten up by his bodyguards or lackeys, that woman would know she was wrong and come over to beg him to let the man go. He often saw such scenes, but unfortunately, he had never been soft-hearted, and today was no exception. Who knows what you're talking about? Hit him. Because this man didn't speak English and was speaking Huaxia, although Aphrodite and the others also spoke Huaxia with Jiang Hai, unfortunately, they didn't learn it very well. So they didn't know what this man was talking about, they only knew that this guy was very annoying, so they wanted to beat him. Under this Long Aoyan's astonished gaze, he saw Aphrodite pick up her slipper in an instant and hit his shockingly handsome face with the sole of her shoe, instantly stunning him. What's going on? Before he could understand what was going on, Sheila Rodney's slipper also hit him. Then the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, the 6th. These women were really whipping him, and not just once. They were whipping him as hard as they could. In an instant, the guy was in a daze. Before he could react, his face was covered in slippers. When he wanted to fight back, Bridget and Janice, who had been behind him, kicked him hard in the knees, one on the left and one on the right, directly making him kneel on the ground. This time, Aphrodite and the others didn't use their slippers to hit him, they started to kick him with their feet. Although this guy fought back, other than holding his head and screaming, he didn't even have the heart to fight back. Young master. Seeing the person they were protecting beaten up like this, the 3 people who were still fighting with Jiang Hai panicked a little, especially the last person who joined in, and couldn't help but call out worriedly. You still have time to care about others. Seeing his appearance, Jiang Hai couldn't help but laugh. This guy really looked down on him. However, taking advantage of the fact that he wasn't paying attention was the best way to deal with him. At this moment, he could already see from afar that the hotel's security had arrived. Most importantly, he was almost done testing his moves. It was time to make his move. At that moment, Jiang Hai didn't say anything and directly went into the defensive circle of the 3 people. He took the fist of one of them and blocked the leg of the person on the left. With a knee strike, he directly hit the person's stomach. Then, he grabbed the person's hair, jumped on the spot, and continuously hit the person's face with his knee. In an instant, the person's nose bled and broken teeth flew everywhere. His head tilted back and he lay straight on the beach. Seeing the miserable state of their good friend, the two people on the other side went crazy and began to attack wildly. In the past, when they were defending more than attacking, they couldn't do anything to Jiang Hai, let alone now when they were attacking crazily. Jiang Hai turned around and completed a fist-to-fist with the person on his right. Fist to fist, the main thing was whose fist was harder. Jiang Hai's physical fitness is twice the limit of human beings. Do you think it's a joke? Bang! With a muffled sound, the man's fist had made a close contact with Jiang Hai's fist. The huge force knocked the man back 4 or 5 steps. His footprints on the beach were getting deeper and deeper. At the same time, his arm was half crippled. Although there were no bone fractures or broken, it was difficult for him to use his strength for a while. When Jiang Hai solved this person, he turned around and kicked. While dodging the whip kick of the other party, he also kicked the person who came to sneak attack on the chin. In an instant, the person's eyes had rolled back. A heavy blow to the chin, and it was a kick from the bottom to the bottom. It was normal to be kicked unconscious. After the person drew an arc in the air, he plunged into the beach and didn't move anymore. At this moment, the person glanced at his 3 crippled companions and ran toward the 10 girls without another word. In his opinion, if he could capture one of them as a hostage or save his employer, it would be worth it. Unfortunately, he underestimated these girls' judgment of danger. The moment he moved, Aphrodite, who had been watching him the whole time, gave the order. The 10 girls instantly ran in another direction, leaving him with a bruised employer whose consciousness was a little fuzzy from the kick. Looking at his employer's state, he couldn't say anything for a while. He only wanted to pull him and escape, but at this moment, Jiang Hai had already caught up. Wait a minute, you're also from Huaxia, right? Our young master is called Qin Feng, his dad is. Seeing that Jiang Hai had already arrived, he definitely couldn't escape. The man could only stop, wave his hand, and speak loudly to Jiang Hai. Unfortunately, he was thinking too much. How could Jiang Hai listen to him? He went up and interrupted him with a punch. I don't care who his dad is. The punch landed directly on the man's cheek, and a tooth was instantly sent flying by Jiang Hai's punch. The man's body spun in the air and flew past the guy called Qin Feng. He plunged into the sand and also fainted. Please, please don't hit me. I know I was wrong. I can give you money. 1 million, 2 million, 5 million, I'll give you 5 million. Please don't hit me anymore. At this time, Qin Feng also raised his head from the ground and looked at his 4 bodyguards who were usually arrogant and cool. After they were all defeated, he panicked a little. He couldn't help but look at Jiang Hai beside him and beg loudly. I'm not short of money. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai snorted disdainfully. Was he short of money? If this guy gave him 50 billion, then he might let him go, but did he have it? If he did, he wouldn't be beaten here. So after Jiang Hai roared, he directly kicked this pseudo-child of the dimension named Qin Feng. The huge force kicked him directly into the air for a while, then he fell heavily on the ground and vomited. He also covered his chest with both hands because Jiang Hai's kick had already broken a few of his ribs. When Jiang Hai's foot landed, the security guards over there also ran over. Sir, we have already called the police. If there is anything, wait until the police come. Looking at Jiang Hai in front of him, the security guard here said with a serious face, but Jiang Hai just shrugged casually, then walked to the recliner next to him. As soon as he lay on the recliner, Jiang Hai took out his mobile phone and called Moses Adams. He knew that this time, things would definitely not be so easy to solve. Although he didn't know who this guy was, a person who went out with 4 bodyguards was obviously not a good person. Although this was the United States, Jiang Hai still had to be fully prepared. Hearing that Jiang Hai had caused trouble in Miami this time, Moses Adams didn't have any dissatisfaction. For him, his responsibility was to help Jiang Hai solve the trouble. If Jiang Hai didn't have any trouble and stayed at home all day, it would be his trouble, because it also meant that he would have no income. After hanging up the phone with Jiang Hai, Moses Adams had booked the last flight to Miami. It was estimated that he would arrive at about 8:00 in the evening. It seemed that they could still go back to the hotel to sleep tonight. Looking at Jiang Hai's calm appearance, the security leader here couldn't help but scratch his head with a headache. He recognized that these 2 groups of people were guests who had just checked in today. There was a dispute between the guests, and it was reasonable to say that it had nothing to do with them. But looking at these people on the ground, he knew that this was definitely not a small matter, so he quickly called the emergency center. The emergency center and the police in the United States still came quickly. Of course, it was mainly because this section of the road was not blocked, and it was a wealthy area. Soon, a team of police came to the hotel first. When they arrived at the scene of the incident, they couldn't help but secretly click their tongues. Jiang Hai's attack was very fierce. It was almost as if he was playing around and gouging out the eyeballs. However, looking at his indifferent look, the police had no choice but to take him back first. However, Jiang Hai could take the girls back to change their clothes first. After all, it would be shameful to go to the police station dressed like this. After all, this was not a case of anti-pornography and illegal activities, but a civil lawsuit case. As for the 5 people over there, they were sent to the hospital first, and Jiang Hai went to the police station first. However, when they were recording the statements, the police were a little helpless because it seemed that Jiang Hai and the others were the ones in the right. In order to ensure the safety of the guests, the hotel had installed surveillance cameras on the entire beach. They were very clear about the movements in the surveillance cameras. It was clear that the injured person called Qin Feng had grabbed a woman's wrist first, and then he was slapped. When this person called Jiang Hai went to check, he was also attacked by his subordinates first, and then they fought. These people were not as skilled as others, so there was nothing they could do. It was the same as the situation in China. When 2 groups of people fought, it was useless to scold who first, unless there were racial words. However, both sides were Chinese, so it was clearly impossible. So, they could only see who made the first move. If it was the other party who made the first move, then there was nothing to say. Although Jiang Hai's side did not beat these people lightly, they were basically all lightly injured. The ones with the most serious injuries were the first and third people. One had a broken shoulder, one had a broken nose, and the others only had a concussion and lost teeth. According to the rules of the people in the United States, these people deserved it. If the gangsters were beaten up, they would not get a single cent. As for Jiang Hai, at most, it was excessive self-defense. He would go to the community and do 50 hours of community service. However, the problem was that both sides were Huaxia people, so they had to inform Huaxia's embassy in the United States. Chapter 284. Using his identity as an embassy staff, the counselor temporarily sent away the Miami police guarding the door. He pushed open the door of the ward and walked in. As soon as he entered, the strong smell of disinfectant entered his nose. "Uncle Zhao, you have to avenge me." At this time, Qin Fen, who was lying on the bed and sulking, heard the sound of the door opening. He saw who came in at a glance. His eyes lit up and he shouted loudly. "Revenge? What revenge? Don't forget why your father asked you to come to the United States." This is Miami, not the imperial capital. You can do whatever you want. Looking at Qin Fen in front of him, Counselor Zhao said angrily. Ah. Hearing Counselor Zhao's words, Qin Fen couldn't help but be speechless. He often forgot that he was no longer in China, but abroad. No matter how powerful his family was, they couldn't reach the United States. Take it as a lesson this time. It's useless to get beaten up. If you sue the other party, at most, they will be detained for a few days, and then come out to do community service for a few days. After all, you guys started it first. Sigh, it's really shameful. You guys started it first, but you haven't beaten anyone. Seeing that Qin Fen was silent, Counselor Zhao walked to his bed and looked down at him condescendingly. A trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. If it weren't for the kindness of this guy's father and the fact that his family was still in China, he really didn't want to talk to him. The best ending for this kind of second-generation rich kid was to eat peanuts in China. Uncle Zhao, I can't. I've never been wronged like this in my life. No matter what, I can't take this lying down. Qin Fen couldn't take it anymore when he heard that Counselor Zhao wanted him to swallow his pride. After all, he had never been wronged like this. He couldn't take it lying down. You have to swallow it even if you can't. Otherwise, you'll be sent back to China. Now, the video at the beach shows very clearly that it was your people who made the first move. You should be thanking the gods that they didn't kill you. If you returned to China, you would be dead by now. Hearing Qin Fen still shouting, Counselor Zhao's face became even uglier. Does this guy think I'm here to play? Why don't we buy that video? Then we can sue him, right? Qin Feng's expression changed when he heard Counselor Zhao's words. Even though he was the one who made the first move, it was impossible for him to admit defeat just like that. Do you know how big of a crime it is to change evidence and bribe witnesses in America? If you want to die, don't drag me down. I've said what I wanted to say. You'd better stay here and recuperate. Once you've recovered, go to Panama and never come back. After glaring fiercely at Qin Fen, Counselor Zhao was no longer in the mood to continue chatting with him. With a wave of his hand, Counselor Zhao left Qin Feng's ward, leaving behind Qin Fen with a sinister expression on his face. Regardless of what the natural-born dragon wanted to do, Jiang Hai and the others rested for the night. The next morning, they drove to the Medical Research Institute mentioned by Shandy Clive. After all, this was the reason why Jiang Hai and the others had come here. However, on the way, Jiang Hai kept feeling that yesterday's incident wouldn't be resolved so easily. Are you still worried about that person from yesterday? Marian, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, asked Jiang Hai quietly when she saw Jiang Hai's expression. Actually, after yesterday's incident, everyone in the car wasn't too calm. That guy suffered such a big loss. According to my understanding of those rich people in Huaxia, they won't just let it go. Hearing Marian's words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but smile as he drove. This is America. It's not a place where they can do whatever they want. Jiang, aren't you overthinking things? Although Jiang Hai and Marian's voices weren't loud, Aphrodite, who was sitting behind Jiang Hai, heard it clearly. She couldn't help but lean forward. A pair of slender arms gently wrapped around Jiang Hai's neck, pulling herself as close to Jiang Hai as possible, and said softly. Yeah, I'm just afraid that these guys won't play by the rules. Hearing Aphrodite's words, Jiang Hai also rubbed his eyebrows. Although I don't know how things will develop, Jiang, you can ask your wife. Didn't she say that she is still very powerful in Huaxia? Check this guy's background. Didn't you teach us that only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win 100 battles? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, De Lian, who was in the back, also said at this time. When he heard what she said, Jiang Hai remembered that it wasn't like he didn't have anyone in the country. In fact, Jiang Hai is still not used to asking others for help when something happens. Compared with asking others, he is more inclined to solve it himself. But now, Daliana's words reminded him that asking Qi Li shouldn't be considered as asking for help, right? Jiang Hai immediately picked up the Bluetooth headset in the car, found Qi Li's phone and dialed it. There is a 13-hour time difference between the eastern United States and China. It's now 8:00 in the morning for Jiang Hai and it's already 9:00 in the evening for China. Qi Li, who had been busy all day, has returned home. In recent days, she has been very busy, but her life is very fulfilling. First, because she temporarily solved the problem with Jiang Hai. Second, because she found a good way to attack her opponents. Seeing that her Western restaurant is gradually being renovated, she has begun to look for a chef, and she also feels that her family seems to be getting more and more anxious. Today, she returned home after a busy day. Looking at this school district house in the second ring road of the imperial capital, which is envied by countless people, Qi Li didn't feel anything. The empty house really lacks the feeling of home. Although it's smaller than Jiang Hai's house, it's also less lively than Jiang Hai's house. Should I also raise some small animals? Forget it, I won't come back for a long time when I'm busy. When I come back, it will have become a mummy. Helplessly lying on the sofa, Qi Li laughed at herself. To be honest, she really likes the life in Jiang Hai's house. There is no pressure. She breathes fresh air every day. When she is free, she can go to the beach to bask in the sun, she can go horseback riding, she can go fishing. If she wants to go shopping, she can drive directly to Boston, where there are the most complete brands in the world. She can buy whatever she wants, and it's also cheap. She eats the best ingredients, top beef, huge lobsters, and nutritious deep-sea fish. Moreover, Jiang Hai is still making wine recently. When the time comes, she can drink a glass of wine produced in her own manner. This kind of life is very beautiful. Unfortunately, she didn't see through Jiang Hai earlier. If she didn't know in Jiangwu, but Jiang Hai, then she wouldn't be able to see through him. If she and Jiang Hai were in the United States now, they would live very well and comfortably. Just as Qi Li recalled that night, when Jiang Hai held her away from the mountain lion, her heart jumped for no reason, and a trace of red slowly climbed to her face. But at this moment, a mobile phone ringtone interrupted her thoughts. Originally, she thought it was a work problem, but she didn't expect to look down and find that the person who called was the one she was thinking about just now. Is this telepathy? Looking at the name flashing on the screen, Qi Li gently bit her lips, but she still picked up the phone and put it to her ear. Hello? Jiang Hai. It's so late, why did you think of calling me? As the saying goes, what you think is reflected in your words. Now Qi Li's voice is indeed much softer than usual. Jiang Hai on the other side of the phone can't help but be stunned. Nothing, are you sick? After a while, Jiang Hai asked in a low voice on the other side of the phone. Oh, no, I'm just a little tired. Recently, I have been busy with the decoration of the Western restaurant. Upon hearing Jiang Hai's words, Qi Li also realized that her state was not quite right, so she immediately patted her face and returned to her original state. Oh, since you are tired, then I won't disturb you anymore. I just came to ask you something. Do you know a second generation in China named Qin Fen? Hearing Qi Li's words, Jiang Hai asked her. Qin Fen. Why do you mention him? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Qi Li froze for a moment. In her mind, there appeared a sloppy guy who thought that the heavens were the boss and he was the boss. This is the case. I brought Delina and the others to Miami for treatment. Hearing Qi Li's curious words, Jiang Hai briefly explained the story. Of course, he wisely avoided the part where he put on sunscreen. He didn't want to talk about it. Miami. He escaped to that place. This Qin Fen is indeed a second generation in Hua Xia, a very famous second generation, but recently, his situation is not very good. Hearing that Jiang Hai beat this guy up, Qi felt a little relieved in her heart. This Qin Fen actually had some grudges with Qi and the Qi family. The grudge with the Qi family was because Qin Fen's father was originally a superior figure in the Yin family, so the Qi family and Qin Fen were enemies. The grudge with Qi was naturally because of Qi's beauty. This guy appeared in front of Qi more than once, wanting to show off his arrogance. Fortunately, although he was retarded, he was not retarded to the point of having any bad intentions towards the president of a company with a market value of tens of billions, especially when Qi didn't go to bars and didn't have any bad habits. But this didn't stop Qi from hating him. Now that she heard that Jiang Hai beat him up, Qi was very happy. Then she told Jiang Hai what she knew. Hearing Qi's introduction, Jiang Hai was stunned for a moment. It seemed that this Qin Fen was indeed not a good person. But at the same time, he relaxed. At least this guy couldn't find trouble with him in the government. Chapter 285. This man named Qin Feng's father was Qin Taiyan, a high-ranking official in the imperial city. He was considered one of the top second-tier leaders in the country and held real power. Qin Feng, on the other hand, was a famous hedonist in the imperial city. Half a month ago, he ran over someone with his car. The other party's family was quite powerful. If he didn't settle the matter privately, he would have to pay with his life. Qin Taiyan used his connections to escape. This was why he chose Miami instead of Los Angeles. It was easier to escape from Miami. Miami was located in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico, the Sargasso Sea and the Caribbean Sea. He could easily go to any country from here. The lawless Mexico, Cuba, the Bahamas, and even further, the countries in South America could be visited. It could be said that it was a place where he could attack or retreat. Now, he had only been in the United States for 2 days, and he was causing trouble again. This time, he was causing trouble for Jiang Hai. But soon, he wouldn't be able to pull it off because Qi also had a grudge against him. Although Qi couldn't reach that far, it wouldn't be a problem for her to inform Qin Taiyan's enemies in the country. As long as they caught Qin Taiyan, they might be able to get some information about Qin Taiyan. At that time, it would be a heavy blow to the Yin family. Jiang Hai wasn't good at scheming. He was famous for being naive. Since Qi was willing to take over this matter, it was the best outcome for him. Jiang Hai put down his worries and hung up the phone. He continued to drive to the place Clive told him about. After driving for about half an hour, a large white building appeared in front of him. It should be here, Jiang Hai muttered to himself as he looked at the address Xanthi told him. From afar, he saw a sign hanging on the building's outer wall. On it was a string of English words, Bernice Health Clinic. However, Jiang Hai knew that although it was called a clinic, it didn't usually treat patients. Most of them were doing research here. The main research direction was towards a disease that was claimed to be incurable, albinism. Although albinism still couldn't be cured here, there had been a lot of research results. At least albinos could live like normal people without exposure to the sun. This was a great progress. Of course, although the study of albinism was the most important, it was also very authoritative about other medical problems. Otherwise, Clive wouldn't have recommended Jiang Hai to come here. The car quickly arrived at the front of the research institute. As the car steadily stopped in the parking lot of the research institute, Jiang Hai and the 10 girls got off the car and walked towards the research institute. "What can I do for you?" Seeing Jiang Hai walking over with a group of young and beautiful beauties, the security guard here couldn't help but be a little surprised. This was a place to see a doctor, not a beauty contest. What were these guys doing here? We're here to see a doctor. I've already called Dr. Bernice here. Hearing the security guard's words, Jiang Hai also said politely. Hearing Jiang Hai's explanation, the security guard was still a little uncertain. So he asked Jiang Hai to wait here for a while. After he went back to make a phone call with the internal line, he asked Jiang Hai to wait for a while. About 10 minutes later, a woman came out of the research institute. This woman looked only 24 or 25 years old. She was definitely younger than Jiang Hai. She was obviously Asian. She didn't wear makeup on her face, but she wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Her long hair was meticulously combed behind her head and tied into a ponytail. There was no expression on her face. Except for coldness, there was only coldness. She wore a white coat and a pair of high heels. When she walked, she really had a strong aura. However, when Jiang Hai saw her, he unexpectedly found that this person seemed to be a little familiar. However, this feeling only lasted for a moment. In his eyes, he felt that he looked familiar. It was very likely that it had been too long since he had seen an Asian. This could be a kind of misperception, just like how Huaxia people did not look much when they saw foreigners. And the reason why Asians looked similar to Asians was one of the reasons, so he didn't care. However, when this woman saw Jiang Hai, she was also stunned for a moment, and her face flashed with deep doubts. Hello, my name is Jiang Hai. You must be Dr. Bernice. We just talked on the phone. Seeing the doubts on this woman's face, Jiang Hai didn't say anything. After all, he had something to ask of her. He took the initiative to walk over and shook hands with her. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Sandy has already told me about you. Let's go in now. There are a lot of things to check, so we have to hurry. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Bernice also calmed down. She didn't introduce herself, but continued to speak to Jiang Hai in English. Then, she led Jiang Hai into the research institute. However, when she turned her head, the puzzled expression on her face became even more intense. Although the woman's tone was a bit cold, Jiang Hai didn't care. After greeting the girls, he walked into the research institute. After walking in, he discovered that this place was really big. Moreover, almost all of the products here were cutting-edge technology. The ground of this research institute was divided into two parts. There were normal walking paths on both sides, but in the middle, there was a flat rolling ladder, just like an airport rolling ladder. In front of each department, there was a stop point for people to walk. This was convenient for people who couldn't walk very well. In addition, the walls on both sides were not like the reinforced concrete walls of ordinary hospitals. Maybe the main body was like this, but outside the walls, there was an integrated LCD touch screen, showing different things. For example, the research topic of this research institute, all the doctors, nurses, security guards, and patients living here, and the situation at each time. In addition, there was an overall map. On the ceiling, some pictures were constantly being played, such as fields, grasslands, sunlight, and so on. After all, many of the patients here had never seen sunlight before. As soon as he walked in, this research institute gave Jiang Hai a special surreal feeling, as if he was watching a sci-fi movie. If Jiang Hai felt this way, then there's no need to mention the feeling he gave to Daliana and the others. When these girls walked in, their eyes never left the wall. Along with Bernice, they stepped into the middle elevator and walked forward slowly. Along the way, Bernice might be thinking about something, or she might not be good at communicating with others, so she almost didn't make any sound. As for Jiang Hai and the others, they had no time to communicate with her, because they were still studying the technology here. We're here. After walking in the elevator for about 2 minutes, Bernice, who was in the front, said her first sentence. Then she walked down from a gap in the elevator. Jiang Hai and the others naturally followed her and walked into the room next to the gap. As soon as he walked in, Jiang Hai's mouth couldn't help but make a wow sound. This was because at this time, in front of him was a completely white space, just like the white in the movies. It was pure white, from the ceiling to the floor, to the middle to the walls, everything was white, there was no other color. In addition, there was only one machine in this room, plus 2 people. These 2 people were obviously doctors here. At this time, they were recording something. Hearing the sound, they couldn't help but turn their heads. After seeing Bernice, they nodded to her. We have a total of 6 tests today. Here is a blood test, a full set of biochemical tests, an ultrasound, chest X-ray, ear, nose, and throat examination, which are the most important ones. Also, internal medicine and surgery. Although you were recommended by Sandy, I also have to think about the reputation of our center. These girls must be very healthy, then I will give you the certificate you need. Looking at Jiang Hai, Bernice said coldly. It was obvious that she wasn't discussing with Jiang Hai, nor was she explaining to Jiang Hai. She was just giving orders. This was her place, and Jiang Hai didn't care about doing these things. It was also good for these girls to have a physical examination, so he just nodded and said to the girls behind him. Hearing that they were going to draw blood, the girls were more or less afraid. But after all, these people were not young, so they didn't need to be scared like children. Moreover, the blood was drawn by machine, so it was very safe and there was no pain, so it didn't matter. Soon, the girls' blood samples had been drawn, and the 2 doctors here began to get busy. After Bernice told them, she took everyone out of the pure white room and went to the other side to do an ultrasound. This room was almost the same as the one in the room. It was also pure white, but the doctors changed from male to female. Although in the eyes of doctors, there was no difference between male and female patients, in the eyes of patients, there was a difference between male and female doctors. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Bernice arranged all the doctors to be female doctors this time. After the ultrasound, they would do the chest X-ray. After the chest X-ray, they would do the ear, nose, and throat examination. The most important thing here was to check the throat. After this examination, the internal medicine and surgery were actually not a big deal. Although they didn't need to line up or wait along the way, it was already past 12:00 when they finished all the examinations. Chapter 286. It's noon now. Why don't I treat you to a meal? The examination had been in progress. Unknowingly, it was already past 12:00. Seeing that the last examination was over, Jiang Hai still needed to wait here for the results of the examination to come out, so he thought for a while and said something to Bernice in front of him. At the same time, he took out his mobile phone and prepared to order takeout. Of course, Jiang Hai's so-called takeout naturally couldn't be ordinary takeout. He was going to order it at the hotel where he lived. No need, we have a cafeteria here. The food is not bad. If you are interested, you can try it together. Before Jiang Hai finished speaking, Bernice had already rejected Jiang Hai's proposal and said faintly. He doesn't know why, but this Bernice always seems to have a trace of hostility towards Jiang Hai. Oh, then, okay. After listening to Bernice's words, Jiang Hai couldn't say anything, so he nodded with a smile. Then a group of 11 people, led by Bernice, took the rolling ladder and came to a huge room. Far away, Jiang Hai smelled the aroma of food here. Obviously, it was the time to eat here. Following Bernice, Jiang Hai and others quickly walked into this hall. This hall was the cafeteria of this diagnosis and treatment center. It looked no different from an ordinary cafeteria. There were several windows, one for dishes, one for rice, one for porridge, one for desserts and drinks. It was just that the people eating here, in addition to the doctors and nurses here, there were also patients here. Jiang Hai looked around. In addition to the room being white, the tables and chairs were all white, and the staff were all dressed in white. The patients here were also dressed in white. They were all wearing white hospital gowns, and their skin was whiter than the whitest white people. At the same time, they also had white hair. Each and every one of them looked just like the snow elves in a fairy tale world. They blended perfectly with the scenery around them. Feeling that someone had walked in here, these people's eyes looked at Jiang Hai and others immediately. When they discovered that Jiang Hai and the others were actually ordinary people from the outside world, their eyes revealed a trace of curiosity. Jiang Hai was also sizing up these people. He didn't know if it was because this institution was established relatively late, or it could be because the treatment here was expensive, so the older people no longer wanted to come here for treatment. Therefore, the patients admitted here were not very old. The older ones were in their 20s, and the younger ones looked like they were in their teens. Generally speaking, albinism did not affect one's lifespan, but they could not come into contact with the sun outside. Therefore, generally speaking, people with this disease would definitely look a little different from ordinary people, such as their eyes. However, it was unknown if it was because of Bernice's treatment, but the children's eyes were as bright as normal people's. If there was a difference between them and normal people, it would be that there was no trace of blood on their faces. They were just like vampires in movies. They had white hair, white skin, and aside from their mouths, eyes, and eyebrows, there was no other color on their bodies. They looked a little scary. "Let's go." But obviously, Bernice didn't care about this. She waved to the people in front of her, motioning them to continue eating. Then she said to Jiang Hai. Several people picked up the trays and went to the windows and began to eat. Although this environment was a bit strange, Jiang Hai and others still sat there and ate with peace of mind. Because the food here was really good. Not to say that it was comparable to a top-notch restaurant, but at least it was not worse than the buffet of a 4-star hotel. It seems that Bernice has put a lot of effort here. Mr. Jiang Hai, with all due respect, do you really have confidence in these children's diseases? Bernice ate quickly and not much. She ate quickly because this was the habit of a doctor, a good doctor. They don't have too much time to waste on eating. She ate less because she was still a woman, a beautiful woman. It was inevitable for her to take care of her body. After eating, she asked Jiang Hai, who was in front of her. "Hey, you may not know, our Chinese medicine is extensive and profound. Diseases like natural deafness and muteness can be cured easily." Jiang Hai doesn't know how to explain. This woman looks like an Asian, but from the beginning, she has been speaking English to Jiang Hai. She might be an Asian or someone from other Asian countries, so Jiang Hai just casually talked about it. "I'm also from Huaxia. Do you think this is credible?" But unfortunately, sometimes a slap in the face comes so quickly. As soon as Jiang Hai's voice fell, Bernice spoke in pure Mandarin and said to Jiang Hai. Hee, but in fact, I did cure them." Hearing the other party's words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but smile a little awkwardly. It's useless to put on any scientific reasoning now. Stubbornness is the only way. I hope your medicine didn't leave any damage to them. Otherwise, I won't do this report. Bernice looked at Jiang Hai. Since Jiang Hai wasn't willing to explain, then she didn't say much. She wasn't a person who liked to probe into other people's hearts, but this wouldn't make her change her principles. Later on, if there was really no problem with the children's bodies, then she would still release the report. But if there was any problem, then she wouldn't release the report. She would even consider calling the police. Hearing Bernice's sharp words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but smile brightly. It seemed like this woman wasn't easy to deal with. However, although Jiang Hai's face was a little embarrassed, his heart didn't have any fluctuations because he was quite confident in his own aura. Although this confidence has no scientific basis, sometimes science can't explain everything. The meal was already a little dull to begin with, and this time, it was even duller. The other 10 girls, because of some worries in their hearts, didn't eat much. The only one who was not affected may be Jiang Hai. He still ate and drank as usual. He ate 2 servings in a row before he was full. After eating, Bernice took Jiang Hai and others to the living room, but maybe because there were really no foreign patients here, less than 10 minutes after they arrived in the living room, a male doctor came in with a stack of test results. Bernice, these are the test results of these girls. Looking at Bernice, the male doctor had a trace of tenderness in his eyes. This man looks to be about 30 years old, about 1.8 meters tall, with a strong body, but not strong. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and looked like a gentle beast. Well, in Jiang Hai's eyes, there were only 4 kinds of men. One was uglier than him, and the other 3 were better looking than him. If they weren't beasts, then they were sissies, and if they weren't gangsters, then they were beasts. Of course, if he had a good relationship with these people, then he wouldn't mind becoming friends with them. But ridicule was indispensable, and this person was obviously within his ridicule range. Oh, thank you, Dr. Maud. But obviously, Bernice ignored the man's gaze, took the report in his hand, and flipped through it, which made the man a little embarrassed. Ahem, I don't know if you are free tonight. I happen to have 2 movie tickets for Women's Federation too. If you are interested. Seeing that Bernice ignored him, the doctor named Maud seemed to be used to it. He took out 2 movie tickets from his pocket and asked Bernice in front of him with some anticipation. Sorry, I'm not interested in movies. Unfortunately, Bernice did not let him finish his words and rejected him very straightforwardly. Oh, I also feel that movies don't have much meaning. Why don't we go watch a show? I booked a place in the outer hall of Versailles. I heard that you like to eat the woola there. After we finish eating, we can go watch the killer whale show. Obviously, this doctor named Maud would not give up so easily and continued to speak. However, it was destined that this oriental beauty named Bernice in front of him did not have any feelings for him. She closed the report and said softly, Sorry, I still have work tonight. If you really booked a place, you can try to find someone else. Hearing Bernice reject him so clearly, the doctor named Maud could not help but smile awkwardly. The most important thing was that Jiang Hai and the others were beside him. He could not change his image, so in the end, he just nodded to Jiang Hai and the others and left. After this person left, Bernice also handed the report to Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai took the report and looked at it. The data of the physical examination was very comprehensive. His body, weight, and age were naturally included. Below that were blood lipids, blood pressure, blood sugar, X-rays, chest X-ray photos, comments from internal medicine and surgery, uric acid levels, biochemical results, and so on. Everything was included. Jiang Hai looked at the data in front of him and couldn't help but nod to himself. The bodies of these girls were almost in the healthiest state. This was also what Jiang Hai was most satisfied with, especially the throat. There was almost no damage there. The vocal cords, trachea, esophagus, everything was perfect. It turned out that Jiang Hai's aura was indeed too strong. Here's $2 million. Thank you for your help. I'm donating it to your clinic. Since there was no problem with the report, Jiang Hai also knew that there was no problem with the proof he wanted, so he smiled and took out a check that he had prepared long ago and handed it over. In the United States, bribery was not accepted, but if it was just a donation, then it didn't matter. Take your money back. I'm not short of money. I promised to help you because of Sandy's problem, but don't you think there's something wrong with it? Looking at the check handed over by Jiang Hai, Bernice said faintly. What's the problem? Aren't they very healthy? Pointing to the data on the report, Jiang Hai was a little confused. What's going on? It's precisely because they are too healthy that there's a problem. Pointing to the report, Bernice's eyes narrowed. Chapter 287. If I remember correctly, Sandy told me that the original life of these girls was extremely hard. They were forced to engage in some professions that were very damaging to their bodies in order to make a living. I didn't mean anything wrong with what I said. That's why I agreed to check them. Looking at Jiang Hai's puzzled eyes, Bernice said faintly. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai also understood what Bernice meant. Now these girls are too healthy. After all, these girls have been engaged in those professions before. Malnutrition is inevitable. At the same time, there must be viruses or internal injuries in their bodies. Their internal organs have been damaged for so many years. It is impossible for them to recover like this in just half a year. If Jiang Hai's Chinese medicine really only cured the throat, then it's okay, but Jiang Hai's so-called Chinese medicine cured all the diseases, which is a bit abnormal. Chinese medicine can cure the throat, can also cure the diseases of the internal organs, can also cure gynecological diseases, and even have the effect of repairing the membrane. I think it's difficult to convince myself with Chinese medicine, so I think I need an explanation. Looking at Jiang Hai in front of her, Bernice said word by word. Such an abnormal thing is really strange to her. If I say that the reason why they are well is because they worship many gods, and the gods naturally bless them, I don't know if you believe it or not. Shrugging his shoulders, there were some secrets that Jiang Hai would never speak of in his lifetime. Now, he regretted coming here. I don't believe it. Looking at Jiang Hai's expression, Bernice shook her head and her tone was very firm. If you don't believe it, then I can't help it. It seems that we are destined to go back disappointed today. Let's go. Seeing Bernice's appearance, Jiang Hai knew that this guy can't be convinced, so he shrugged. Jiang Hai said softly, then left the room with these girls, stepped on the elevator, and walked in the direction of the door. At this time, in this room, the doctor named Bernice had some entanglement and hesitation on her face. To be honest, as a doctor who advocated science, the thing she could not accept the most was the supernatural. However, Jiang Hai's current situation could not be explained by science. It was as if these girls had changed into another person. Her testing organization was the most authoritative and comprehensive testing organization. She was certain that the bodies of these girls did not look like they had just recovered from a serious illness. Instead, they looked like they had received good education since young and had always maintained their health. After all, these people's physical conditions were almost the same as those of medically perfect people. This was what puzzled her the most. However, Jiang Hai didn't tell her. Furthermore, because she had promised Sandy, she wouldn't tell anyone else about this secret. At this moment, she was in a dilemma. All these things that went against common sense made her, a medical scholar, very interested in studying them, but she couldn't. Troublesome. Weakly pulling at her hair, Bernice whispered. Don't forget my original intention of studying medicine. Sitting on the chair behind her, Bernice whispered in a low voice. At this time, Jiang Hai had already left the institute, but the expression on his face was not very good. It was understandable, after all, his main purpose of coming here was not achieved. He came here to let these girls talk and live normally in the future. However, it seemed that this was not an easy thing. If he had known, he would have gone to other places directly. Jiang, what are we going to do now? Just when Jiang Hai was a little upset, Daliana gently pulled the corner of his clothes and asked Jiang Hai. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai was stunned for a moment. Indeed, he had no plans today. Where do you want to go? Looking at Daliana and the others in front of him, Jiang Hai asked them. We weren't full just now, let's go eat. As soon as Jiang Hai asked for their opinions, Hilda Leonard immediately shouted. This girl usually eats a lot, and now she is indeed a little hungry. Well, let's get in the car first, and then find out what's delicious in Miami. As soon as he heard them talking about food, although Jiang Hai was not hungry, he was obviously more interested in eating. In his opinion, only eating can heal the trauma in his heart. Immediately, everyone returned to the car, and Jiang Hai also took out his mobile phone to check. Miami is located at the junction of South and North America, and it is also the estuary of the Caribbean Sea, the estuary of the Gulf of Mexico, and the Atlantic Ocean, the entrance to the ocean, so the seafood here is also the main cuisine. However, the difference was that there were a lot of flavors here. Most of them were Latin American flavors. Most of the official languages here were actually Portuguese and Spanish, not English. But just like Western cuisine, Latin American cuisine has a clear division. The Western cuisine that the Chinese speak of is actually a general term. French cuisine is Western cuisine, Italian cuisine is Western cuisine, German cuisine, English cuisine, and even Czechoslovak cuisine are all Western cuisine. The Latin American cuisine here is also the same. Cuban cuisine is Bolivian cuisine, Brazilian cuisine is Brazilian cuisine, Argentinian cuisine, Chilean cuisine, and so on. It can be said that all kinds of dishes are Latin American cuisine. But in fact, if you divide them in detail, the taste is different. According to the internet, the restaurant with the highest ranking is called Key West, but instead of a restaurant, it is better to say that it is a vacation island. West Reef Island is the general name of these islands. This place was a small group of islands to the west of Miami. Not only was there delicious food on the islands, but the most important thing was the beautiful scenery. However, it would take more than half an hour to reach it by driving along Route 1 from Miami. Tickets are needed to enter. Although the tickets are not expensive, they cost money to see the sea view. Obviously, it is meaningless for Jiang Hai and the others. After all, they don't need to see this kind of entertainment. The second place is a small stone bar called Jones's, which is not far from where Jiang Hai and the others live. There are all kinds of seafood platters and so on. The barbecue is very good, but Jiang Hai and the others are not very interested in seafood. Next is a restaurant called Versailles. Jiang Hai remembered that the man made an appointment with the female doctor at this restaurant, so Jiang Hai can't help but pay more attention to it. It is said that this is a Cuban restaurant. The taste is very good, and the price is not very expensive. But because it is full, there may be a line when it is time to eat. Seeing such a review, Jiang Hai is more interested. Cuban food, to be honest, he really hasn't eaten it. Let's go to eat Cuban food. Pointing to the restaurant's information on his mobile phone, Jiang Hai said to the people behind him. When they heard Jiang Hai's words, everyone nodded. In fact, to be honest, they haven't eaten there. Now that they heard Jiang Hai say that they are going to eat Cuban food, they are actually very interested, so everyone drove directly to this place. After arriving here, they found that although it was already past 1 o'clock, there were still a lot of people here. Jiang Hai and the others deliberately shared a table because there were so many people, but after the dishes were served, Jiang Hai and the others were very happy. The food here is mainly divided into two kinds, order and buffet. Jiang Hai and the others naturally came to both. Cuban food looks very ugly, really ugly, but the taste is not bad. Because there is a lot of sugar cane in the secret recipe of Cuba, basically all the dishes have a trace of sugar cane sweetness. People who like to eat spicy or salty food may not be able to stand the taste, but people who like to eat sweet and sour food will feel good. Jiang Hai's taste is actually based on the taste of women and children. He likes to eat sweet and sour food. So he feels that the food here is very good. After eating, Jiang Hai and the others went back to the hotel to rest. After such a busy day, although there is no result, Jiang Hai and the others are too lazy to wander around here. Although Moses Adams had a lot of fun last night, he got up early this morning to deal with Jiang Hai's case. The reason why Jiang Hai always uses this guy is that this guy can distinguish between work and personal affairs. He would never do anything for personal reasons. This was also one of the things that Jiang Hai valued the most. Once he was given a task, he would definitely complete it. After a good night's sleep in the hotel, Aphrodite and the others tacitly came to Jiang Hai's suite after dinner. Using the excuse that this was the largest room, it was very comfortable to watch TV here. Therefore, Jiang Hai's side was surrounded by a lot of women, and there was also a huge part that directly attacked the line of sight. Jiang Hai suddenly thought of the girl at the front desk downstairs. Can I call for special service tonight? Just as Jiang Hai is thinking about this, there is a sudden knock on his door. When Jiang Hai heard it, he struggled to stand up from these legs and upper body and went to the door to open it. But the moment he opened the door, he couldn't help but be stunned, because the person in front of the door is not someone else, but Bernice he just saw today. At this time, her face is as cold as it was during the day, just standing there and looking at Jiang Hai. What's the matter? Seeing her, Jiang Hai can't help but ask in surprise. He really didn't expect her to come. I can give you a certificate, but I don't need money, I need you to do me a favor. Looking at Jiang Hai, she said seriously. Chapter 288. Wow, the scenery here is really different from where I came from. Leaning against the window of the car and looking at the scenery passing by on both sides, Daliana couldn't help but shout excitedly. Although the other girls didn't shout, it was obvious from their expressions that they were in the same mood. Last night, Bernice came to Jiang Hai's hotel in person. Of course, she didn't come here to have fun with Jiang Hai. Instead, she came here to discuss with Jiang Hai. She wouldn't tell Jiang Hai's secret, and Jiang Hai didn't have to tell her either. She could write a certificate for Jiang Hai. She didn't need money, but she needed Jiang Hai to help her cure a person. She would pay for the treatment in full. She didn't care how Jiang Hai cured her, as long as Jiang Hai could cure her. After listening to her words, Jiang Hai was a little hesitant, because he was also afraid that his Reiki would leak out. But he couldn't really go back empty-handed. Moreover, if she really wrote a certificate for him, it meant that he owed her a favor. Under such circumstances, it was reasonable to do her a favor. After finalizing the deal, she went to Jiang Hai's place in a month's time. Then, Bernice put down the diagnosis of the 10 girls and turned to leave. Jiang Hai didn't know what to say to this woman, but he always felt that she was a little strange. She was a little hostile to him, but at the same time, there was also a strange sense of familiarity. But with Jiang Hai's temperament, he soon forgot about it. Now that the biggest problem of coming here had been solved, the rest of the time was pure fun. Early the next morning, Jiang Hai drove the car and took everyone to the most famous West Reef Island in Miami. West Reef Island was a famous scenic spot in Miami. It was not located on the west side of Miami, but on the south side of Miami. Driving all the way south, they went straight to the vicinity of West Reef Island along Bishkek Avenue. People in South Florida were no stranger to the term Pizza King. It was used in many places. According to legend, the word Bishijing originated from an Indian language. It meant the place where the moon rose. It was very artistic. Bishijing Avenue was another name for a section of U.S. Highway 1 in Miami. Bishijing Garden was a small town in North Miami. Bishijing Bay was a bay between Bishijing and Miami. Key was the name of all the islands in West Reef Island. The small islands south of Miami were all called Key, one after another. There were a lot of names, but the most famous one was Key, Kishijing. You only need to pay $1 to cross the bridge. Of course, you still need to spend money to enter the park. $10 for an ordinary adult and $5 for those with a student ID. For ordinary people who came to play, there was actually no need to go to Bishkek Island. Playing on other small islands was actually very fun. There was a lot of delicious food and perfect scenery. It was a very good place. However, for foreigners, going to Bishkek Island was much more interesting. The most interesting place on Bishkek Island should be the Miami Aquarium. This aquarium was built in 1955. The main characters were 5-ton killer whales, also known as killer whales and dolphins. This might be the earliest commercial sea beast taming performance venue. In the 60s, there was once a well-known TV series in the United States. All the outdoor scenes were filmed here. That TV series made a dolphin named Fipper famous. Although the dolphin had been gone for so many years, there was still a dolphin named Fipper in the park to increase its appeal. This made the old people who watched the TV series very much like to bring their children and grandchildren here to watch the dolphin's performance. They would tell the interesting stories of their youth. Of course, in addition to the killer whales and dolphins, there are also shark aquariums, manatees, tropical aquariums, and sea lion shows in this 35-acre park. Jianghai's goal this time is this aquarium. The sea views on both sides of the road look good, but the sea view is also the most famous and the easiest to get tired of looking at. What's more, Delina and others who didn't lack the sea view, soon, everyone was a little tired of looking at it, but fortunately, they arrived at the place they wanted to go at this time. Driving into Bishkek Island, Jianghai and others drove directly to the front of the ocean park. After buying the tickets, everyone rushed into the park, but as soon as they entered, an American girl stopped in front of Jianghai and others. This American girl looked like she was 21 or 22 years old. She was wearing a t-shirt worn by the park staff and her face was filled with a smile. "Hello, you are tourists, right? I don't know if you need a guide." Looking at Jianghai, the girl asked. "Guide? Do we need to explain when we are going to Ocean Park? We are not going to visit a historical site." Looking at the girl, Jianghai asked with some doubts. Is she trying to cheat him of his money? This is not a historical site, but in Kishijing Island, there is more than just strolling around the ocean park. There are actually many fun places on this island, such as some places where you can dive, some places where you can play with paragliding. Hearing Jianghai's words, the girl introduced herself. Indeed, it is impossible for a tourist attraction to have only one place. Like other tourist attractions by the sea, the most famous one on Bishkek Island is this ocean park. However, in addition to the ocean park, there were many other places to play. For example, diving places, surfing places, beaches, and so on. There were also places to play sea bikes, paragliding, and so on. There were all kinds of places here. After listening to the girl's introduction, Jianghai couldn't help but look at the girls around him. They are the reason why Jianghai came here. Do you want to play with these things? Can I? Hearing Jianghai's words, Aphrodite also asked curiously. Although there is also a sea at home, and even Jianghai's sea is more beautiful than here, but Jianghai's seaside is really not used for playing, it is used for fishing and playing in the water. Speaking of which, these marine facilities are not available in Jianghai's home. Well, if you want to play, then try it. Then we will hire you, Mississippi. Seeing that Aphrodite and the others were interested in playing, Jianghai did not let them down and turned to the girl in front of him and said, "Oh, you may have misunderstood. The salary of the guide itself is included in your ticket. The reason why we are like this here is because many locals can't speak English. They are afraid that you will have some difficulties in communication, so it is necessary for us to exist. We just collect some tips." Hearing Jianghai's words, the girl shook her head. Their salary is naturally paid by the Miami government. Jianghai just pays some tips. Of course, Jianghai doesn't know whether there is a kickback relationship between them and those people. Jianghai only knows at this time that this design is really quite humane. In fact, to be honest, there are more people who speak Portuguese and Spanish here than English, especially many Latin Americans. They may have immigrated here for many years, but they can't speak or listen to English. It is indeed a bit troublesome to communicate. After seeing that Jianghai decided to hire her, the girl also took Jianghai and the others to play. First, they had a good time in the ocean park. She explained the major venues and so on very clearly. He has to admit that this girl's knowledge, at least in the aspect of the ocean, is very wide. At the same time, Jianghai also has a better understanding of this sea area. When it comes to fishing, whether it is fish that grow or fish that may be raised, the sea in the south is much better than the sea in the north. Just the selection alone is not comparable to Jianghai's Boston. After visiting these venues, they went to see the killer whale and dolphin shows. Dolphin shows are everywhere in the world, but to be honest, there is indeed a reason why Miami is so famous. The dolphin show here is not only to sell feelings, but it is really interesting. Jianghai wants to raise a dolphin. But considering that his big idiot is not bad, Jianghai also withdrew his thoughts. After watching these performances, there was nothing fun to do in Ocean Park. Next was lunch. On Pizza Island, in addition to the ocean park and places to play, there are also many places to eat. Jianghai naturally stuffed himself here, and the tour guide also had a good meal with Jianghai. It is indeed a good thing for her to meet such a generous employer like Jianghai. After lunch, everyone went to the beach. First, they rode the jet ski for a while. In fact, it was also the first time for Jianghai to ride this thing, but to be honest, it should not be difficult. After riding the jet ski, everyone went to play paragliding. After this, it was not early anymore. At this time, Jianghai and others were ready to go back after playing the last game. If you are not going to come to Pizza Island after tomorrow, then I recommend you to go diving. Hearing that Jianghai and others were ready to leave after playing the last game, the tour guide here could not help but recommend it to them. Diving? What's so fun about diving? Hearing the tour guide's words, Jianghai was a little disapproving. He was not afraid of the water pressure, and he could breathe underwater. He dived every day to catch lobsters and abalones. What was so fun about this? Maybe you are diving in other places just to see the scenery under the sea, but here, you can see shipwrecks. Seeing that Jianghai was a little disapproving, the girl smiled. Diving here is so famous, naturally, there is a reason. Chapter 289. Sunken Ships. When he heard the girl's words, Jianghai was stunned for a moment, then a flash of lightning seemed to flash in his mind. He still remembered that a few days ago, when he was in Winthrop, he seemed to have bought some treasure maps of sunken ships. His original idea was to wait until he had time in the future to take a look. Many of them were in the Caribbean Sea and the Gulf of Mexico. How could he forget about it as soon as he arrived here? Now that he heard the girl's words, Jiang Hai instantly remembered. But thinking about it, it was useless. Jiang Hai was very timid. If you asked him to dive so deep to get treasures, he wouldn't dare. What if he ran into a giant pirate in the deep sea, a sperm whale upstream, a group of sharks upstream, a killer whale upstream, a migration of jellyfish and a riot of sea snakes when he swam to the surface? What if he ran into a migration of jellyfish and a riot of sea snakes? In fact, if he encountered all these, it meant that he could die. There was no possibility of survival. But since he was already here, it was impossible for Jiang Hai not to take a look, although he was a little scared. But now, the guide said that they could go to the place where they could dive. The treasures that had been dug out were only the places where they could disembark. Jiang Hai was quite interested in this. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will be invincible. At the very least, he wanted to know what kind of birds these sunken pirate ships were. In the principle of not leaving empty-handed, Jiang Hai signed up all the girls. Seeing that Jiang Hai was so rich, 1 hour of diving, $150 per person, the guide was also very happy. Who would believe that she didn't get a commission? But in any case, with Jiang Hai's money, the guide specially found a pair of local diving coaches for Jiang Hai. This was a couple, and they also spoke English. It was easy to talk to them. When they heard that Jiang Hai had a fish farm and often dived, the two were very surprised. However, it was very cost-effective for them to have someone who didn't take care of them. After Jiang Hai and the others put on their diving suits, everyone dived into the water first. Diving was also very particular. They couldn't go down quickly, nor could they come up quickly. This was because the human lungs needed time to adapt. When diving underwater, the lungs were at one frequency. No matter how many meters they went down, they were at another frequency. If a person was at the bottom of the sea, for example, about 100 meters, and rushed up without taking a break, the water pressure would probably crush the person's lungs. Referring to the hairtail, there was also a place called blade fish. Of course, it was not the same species as the blade fish, herring, in the Yangtze River. However, this kind of fish was also very common in the market. The reason why there were no live hairtail fish was that this kind of fish originally lived in the middle section of the ocean. The shallowest part was 30 meters underwater, and the deepest part was more than 100 meters underwater. When the fishing net caught it, because the speed was too fast, the fish's lungs would be crushed in an instant. Therefore, the hairtail fish that were caught were all dead. Although people weren't as fragile as hairtail fish, they weren't much better. Aphrodite and the others didn't know how to swim, let alone dive. At most, they could only flop around a bit. Therefore, they could only snorkel, which was very easy and convenient. Therefore, one of the two instructors was specially assigned to lead them. The main thing was to see if there were any aggressive creatures nearby. The other male instructor, on the other hand, agreed to Jiang Hai's request and wanted to take a look at the sunken ship in the diving area. For this, he even tipped them $100 each. For the sake of the tip, they agreed to let Jiang Hai go to the sunken ship, let alone all of them. Naturally, the instructor wouldn't refuse a financial backer like Jiang Hai. After putting on their equipment, the two of them dived into the water. They deliberately pretended to imitate the instructor's movements. After swimming a few laps on the surface, the two of them slowly dived. This section of the seabed wasn't actually very deep. The deepest part was only about 40 meters, but the seawater here was different from Jiang Hai's. This was a tourist area, so naturally, the seawater wasn't too clear. It was fine looking from above, but at the bottom, the visibility was very ordinary, only about 2 meters. The sea 40 meters below was still very dark. Fortunately, they knew that there were no threatening creatures here, so the instructor and Jiang Hai each took a flashlight and went into the water. Following the guidance of the flashlight, Jiang Hai followed the instructor and slowly swam forward. Not long after, they swam to the front of a sunken ship. However, the sunken ship at this time basically didn't look like a ship anymore. After all, it was a medieval pirate ship. It wasn't like modern ships that were made of metal, so even if it was rotten, one could still roughly see the shape of a ship. However, this ship was made of wood and almost didn't look like a ship anymore. Jiang Hai could only take a rough look. The entire ship was made of wood and was about 20 meters in size. Don't underestimate this 20 meters. A ship of this size could already be as dazzling as an aircraft carrier now. After all, Xinghe's treasure ship, which was known as the strongest ship back then, was only 61 meters long and 13 meters wide. A ship of 2,000 materials was already the limit of Huaxia's shipbuilding industry back then. Before the steam engine, it was impossible to carry a larger ship with wind and manpower. Most pirate ships were more than 10 meters long. A ship of more than 20 meters could be regarded as the flagship of some small pirates or the deputy ship of a big pirate. This was also Jiang Hai's main goal. In fact, this was also the case. Before going into the sea, Jiang Hai also learned about the situation of the pirate ship they were going to visit. This pirate ship was originally called the Windmill. It was a famous pirate in the Caribbean Sea, the Black Baronet Samuel Roberts. It was once his ship before he rose to power. Later, when he changed his flagship, this ship was also his secondary ship. It was destroyed by the Portuguese fleet and sunk here. It had a history of more than 300 years. This ship was divided into 3 floors. The first floor was the deck and the captain's cabin. The second floor was the crew's cabin, the turret, the kitchen, and so on. The third floor was the drainage room and the warehouse. Generally, when the pirates robbed gold and silver, other than dividing it on the spot, they would basically put it in the warehouse and wait until they got back. This was also the place Jiang Hai focused on. He didn't make these ships for culture or anything like that. He just wanted to make money. Some people would say that Jiang Hai had a lot of money now. After selling all the cows, he had more than $1 billion, and it was just a matter of time. But who would complain about money when it was hot? Moreover, Jiang Hai vaguely felt that it would be more comfortable for him to level up on land than in the sea. So no matter what, since Jiang Hai was here, he had to learn more. Together with the coach, Jiang Hai shuttled back and forth in the dilapidated cabin. There was almost nothing left on this ship. Not to mention bones, even boxes, whole planks, cannons, and so on had been moved away. After all, this ship was still too shallow. It was only a few dozen meters deep. They didn't even need to use other ships. A crane on land could bring the ship up. The reason why it was still here was to attract tourists like Jiang Hai. After all, for tourists, sunken ships in the Caribbean Sea were still very attractive. After observing the surroundings of the ship for about an hour, Jiang Hai memorized the front and back of the pirate ship. Then, after receiving the signal from the coach's flashlight, Jiang Hai slowly swam towards the surface of the sea. When they reached sea level, Aphrodite and the others stopped playing. In fact, they were just curious about diving. After all, these girls were still girls. Compared to sunken ships and cannons, they were obviously more interested in bags, clothes, and shoes. After changing his clothes, Jiang Hai gave the guide a tip of $100. Then, they returned to the parking lot. Since Jiang Hai still had some things on his mind, they drove in the direction of the hotel. Along the way, the girls chattered about what they had seen today. including what sea animals they had seen and what delicious food they had eaten. However, Jiang Hai's thoughts had already drifted to the sea. Although Jiang Hai was afraid of death, he was really afraid of death, but suddenly, he felt that he could give it a try. If it didn't work, he would come back immediately. But if it worked, it would be a breakthrough. When he had time, he would sail his ship over. Then, it would be time for him to make a fortune. Humans were like this. They had a certain degree of fluke in everything. Right now, Jiang Hai had such a feeling. Looking at the girls around him, Jiang Hai decided in his heart that maybe he could give it a try at night. But before that, he needed to fully arm himself. An underwater gun, a spear gun, a chop-proof vest, a diving suit. These were things that he didn't use in Winthrop before, so he had to fully arm himself. But fortunately, apart from guns and spear guns, these things were sold in outdoor stores on the roadside. As for these two things that weren't sold, Jiang Hai believed that it shouldn't be a problem for Moses Adams. Sure enough, it was similar to what Jiang Hai thought. When they returned to the hotel, Moses Adams had already returned. He told him what he needed. Moses Adams patted his chest and said that these things were small problems. At the same time, he also brought back a piece of news. The other party was also willing to turn a big problem into a small one, and a small one into nothing. They would treat it as if this matter didn't happen. However, after hearing this, Jiang Hai smiled. He believed that the other party didn't dare to make a big deal out of it. Because if he made a big deal out of it, he would be dead if he returned to China. However, this didn't mean that they would give up on dealing with him. Jiang Hai wasn't stupid. Since when were the rich people in China so easy to talk to? Now that he had given in, it was only on the surface. In private, it wasn't accurate. In the next few days, you should go out less at night. I don't think that guy will give in so easily. Chapter 290. As the old saying goes, a dog can't change its spots. Jiang Hai didn't know whether Qin Fun was a dog or not, but he was. He had already been beaten for 3 days. Although he looked miserable, he only had superficial wounds. Most of the wounds were scratched by Aphrodite and the others. Jiang Hai didn't kick his internal organs too hard. 2 of his ribs were broken. Although it hurt when he moved, it didn't hinder him from getting off the ground as long as he was properly fixed. Compared to China, hiring a female nurse depended on a person's looks. In the United States, flight attendants and nurses were absolutely subversive. If it was an international airline or a private clinic, it would be fine. After all, international airlines were the face of the United States. In private clinics, it was related to the boss's taste. However, most men would still like to see a prettier girl. But public hospitals and domestic flights were out of the question. For domestic flights, the flight attendants in the United States, including the flight attendants from Canada to the United States, were almost 40 years old and had long been immune to drugs. As for the nurses in public hospitals, it was understandable if you suspected that they practiced boxing or had a background in boxing. So, the day after the counselor left, Qin Fan's ribs were fixed and he was discharged from the hospital. But this time, he changed to a different hotel and stayed in Miami. In a little more than a day, his family changed 3 bodyguards for him. These 3 bodyguards were not all from within the country. Only 1 bodyguard was from abroad. The other 2 were black and white. The black man was from Africa, and the white man was from the United States. They were all from the world's #1 security company, Blackwater. After the 2 bodyguards arrived, Qin Fan began to implement his plan. Indeed, he couldn't use the law to cause any trouble for Jiang Hai. But it didn't mean that he wouldn't cause trouble for Jiang Hai, especially in Miami, a place where desperados were everywhere. Tonight, he went to a nightclub and met a person the FBI wanted to capture for a long time, while he was thinking about how to deal with Jiang Hai. A plane carrying some of China's elite landed in Los Angeles. Then, the people on the plane turned and flew directly to Miami. It was obvious that Chi Li had already revealed this guy's address to those who wanted to know about this news. It was none of Chi Li's business whether he was brought back to be interrogated, or he was directly killed abroad. However, Jiang Hai needed to pay attention to this. Fortunately, the Americans weren't crazy. They weren't so lawless that they dared to kill people in the United States or in a crowded place. As for the Carnival Hotel, unless they really didn't want to live, the world's #1 cruise line was a joke. Therefore, Jiang Hai, who had already arranged everything, didn't care much about it. The next day, he took everyone to the swamp park. This Everglades Park is called the Florida Everglades Park. It was established in 1974 as a subtropical species conservation area. There were all kinds of trees and many wild animals here. When they walked in, they could see countless frogs, grasshoppers, and fish in the water. They were not afraid of people and would even come over to eat when they saw people. There were many snails and other mollusks on the leaves and on the grass by the roadside. If they were lucky, they could see sea cows, jaguars, otters, and other creatures. But Jiang Hai and the others weren't so lucky. Moreover, Jiang Hai was interested in these creatures, but it didn't mean that Aphrodite and the others were interested in them. Most of the women were only interested in cute things, such as kittens, puppies, or feline cubs. But for ferocious beasts, their perception was very ordinary. Therefore, Jiang Hai and the others just casually walked around here and then went back. On this day, Moses Adams helped Jiang Hai buy all the things he needed, including an underwater engine. This could allow him to move quickly underwater, but there was a problem. Sometimes the speed was too fast, and the water pressure may be unbearable. Moses Adams also explained this to Jiang Hai. But Jiang Hai didn't care. He didn't care how big the water pressure was. The only thing he cared about was how fast he could run. After everything was ready, that night, Jiang Hai quietly left the hotel and drove to a nearby uninhabited beach that he had already observed. This place also avoided surveillance. Then Jiang Hai put on all the equipment and dived underwater. From this, it could be seen that Jiang Hai really cherished his life. He was really well dressed. Although he can breathe freely underwater, Jiang Hai still brought a small tank of oxygen. He also wore a thick diving suit with velvet on the inside. On the outside of the diving suit, there was also a full-body metal anti-stab suit. This was to prevent encountering sharks and the like. There were 2 spears on his back, the kind that could shoot triangular iron arrows. Generally, the island countries use this kind of spear to hunt whales. Jiang Hai also carried 2 spears on his back, plus an underwater mobile phone that could shoot 8 bullets underwater. It was said to be made in Russia. Jiang Hai didn't know whether it was made in Russia or not, but it was quite heavy in his hands, according to Moses Adams. These 3 things, in fact, were not troublesome to get locally. After all, this was a very chaotic city. But there was one thing, these 3 things could not be brought back, so Jiang Hai could only enjoy himself here. He had to throw them away before leaving. Jiang Hai didn't care. In fact, he just took these things for self-defense. In addition, he also took a dagger, the external underwater engine, a bag like the stab-proof suit, a very bright headlamp, and a GPS positioning device that could be used underwater. Before this, he had asked AI Dehua to show him the location of the drawings through the internet and marked the closest point to here. Such equipment, not to say that he was armed to the teeth, but it was almost there. Underwater, Jiang Hai started the engine and rushed to the place he booked in the distance. Even if there was an engine underwater, the speed was definitely not comparable to that of a ship. But fortunately, this time Jiang Hai's target location was not very far, probably only about 100 nautical miles from Miami. The ship just sank in a trench, according to the information written on it. The owner of the ship here was the ship of Henry Morgan, an early pirate known as the Demon of the Sea. Henry Morgan himself died in 1688. He was one of the earliest pirates. He was also the most notorious guy, but he had a great reputation among pirates because this guy's life could also be said to be a legendary life. In the earliest days, he was actually a marine. In the era of Spanish domination of the Atlantic, Britain was actually a bird living under Spain. However, the British were not willing to go on like this, so at that time, there were many appointed pirates. They were pirates, but in fact, they were specially arranged by various countries, that is, the so-called plundering license holders. According to the current words, they are shichibukai, but this shichibukai is not recognized by other countries. Henry Morgan was the most powerful shichibukai at that time. His crew were all thieves, liars, runaway slaves, murderers, without a skill, don't even think about getting on his ship. It was precisely because he gathered these people that his power expanded very quickly. When Columbus first arrived near Jamaica in the Caribbean Sea, he once described it as the most beautiful island in the eye, the mountains are continuous, and the land seems to touch the sky. But in fact, when the British first landed in this place, it was not so beautiful. The place where they landed was a small piece of barren land. In order to guard against the Spanish, the British built Port Royal here. In just a few years, it became the capital of Sin, the city of red names. It was the most notorious secular paradise with the worst discipline. Known as the most evil place on earth, under the rule of the British, it was the capital of Jamaica and also the sky of pirates. Among the pirates, Henry Morgan was definitely the most powerful one. He attacked the Spanish merchant ships and residences, and then returned to Port Royal to squander. According to the records at that time, Port Royal's rum was flowing all over the place, and people were drunk to death everywhere. The only task of the female professional workers was to help the sailors say goodbye to the money in their pockets. Most of this money was robbed by Henry Morgan, and it was precisely because of this that his reputation was so high that it made people's hair stand on end. He led 650 sailors to attack 2 cities along the coast of Venezuela and looted a large amount of treasures in the Battle of the Gods. He found that the Spanish had blocked this area, with cannons on the coast and 3 huge warships lying in the open sea channel. Just when the people on their side thought that they were dead, Henry Morgan blew up 2 warships with a boat loaded with explosives, and then played a trick to make the Spanish think that they were going to attack the inland, but they slipped away quietly under the cover of the night. In this battle, he was regarded as a god and was named the Pirate King. Later, he gathered 36 ships and more than 2,000 pirates and attacked Panama. After a big battle, the pirates won a Pyrrhic victory, but at that time, the British had signed an armistice with the Spanish. He was then summoned back to the country and put in prison for breaking the unity. But he was a smart man, so in the end, King Charles II pardoned him and appointed him as the Lieutenant Governor of Jamaica. He worked for 15 years until his death in 1688. Chapter 291. Jiang Hai didn't care about what happened to Henry Morgan. He was too lazy to care. Anyway, Henry Morgan had been dead for almost 400 years. However, Jiang Hai was still very interested in his treasure. His target this time was the sunken ship called Sin City. Of course, this name was written on the sea map. Jiang Hai wasn't sure if it was real or not. In fact, many people knew about this ship. Even the British government knew about it because it was very famous when it sank. At that time, the United States was not as powerful as it was now. At the beginning, this place was also a colony of European countries. After 1773, the United Kingdom alone gained the upper hand. Before that, this place was a colony of Britain, France, Holland, Germany, and other countries. When the United Kingdom and Spain were in deep trouble, Henry Morgan naturally focused his attention not only on South America, but also on North America, especially Florida. After all, this place was the estuary of the Caribbean Sea. Usually, when gathering grass to beat rabbits, they would always attack once or twice. This ship was blocked by the Spanish fleet here after robbing the Spanish colony in North America. After a big battle, although Henry Morgan escaped, he also left behind a few battleships. Some of the more submerged ships had long been divided by the United Kingdom and Spain. Later, some of the more submerged ships were gradually salvaged after entering the later era of science and technology. However, only the ship with the most jewelry had not been salvaged because this ship was really unlucky. In this sea area, there was almost an oceanic trench. But coincidentally, there was only one trench. The deepest one was more than 3,700 meters, and this ship happened to be stuck at a depth of about 1,760 meters. At this depth, it was impossible for people to go down. If they sent a submarine or something like that, they were afraid that the ship would fall more than 3,000 meters. Then, it would be even more impossible to salvage it. So, although they knew that the ship was here, there was nothing they could do. If they lost it, they were reluctant. If they could salvage it, they couldn't do it. They couldn't even get the things inside. So in the end, whether it was the United States or the United Kingdom, they decided to leave it here. Anyway, it wouldn't be lost. Later on, when the fisherman was selling these treasure maps, some people also found this place. However, after taking a look, they were prepared to go back and beat that guy up. It was impossible to fish up such a boat. However, it didn't mean that Jiang Hai couldn't do it. At least, Jiang Hai was working hard for this. The speed of the engine wasn't slow, and Jiang Hai was also the fastest, about 20 nautical miles per hour. Jiang Hai ran for nearly 6 hours in the water, and when he reached the trench, it was already midnight. Looking at his Rolex watch, Jiang Hai turned on the headlight, but as soon as he turned it on, he was shocked. He turned on his headlight and saw a huge fish swimming quickly in front of him. Subconsciously, he wanted to grab the spear gun, but when he looked closely, he realized that the fish was not a shark, but a bluefin tuna, which was more valuable than any other shark. Looking at the blue lines on its back and its streamlined body, Zhang Ziyan was shocked. Jiang Hai breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't a shark, this fish couldn't attack him. After the fish swam away quickly, Jiang Hai also looked around. The Atlantic bluefin tuna was actually a fish that lived in groups. With a sweep of the headlight, Jiang Hai also found that in the vicinity, in addition to the Atlantic bluefin tuna he saw just now, there were many other tunas, but the species were a bit mixed. Most of them were Atlantic bluefin, but some of them were yellowfin. After raising fish for so many years, Jiang Hai's ability to judge fish was still there. According to Jiang Hai's preliminary estimate, if it wasn't for the hype of the kingfish, this batch of tuna was worth about $2 million. This made Jiang Hai smack his lips. This was more profitable than raising cattle. Salmon, American red fish, compared with this fish, it was really not a grade worse. Unfortunately, there was no way to cultivate these fish, because this fish had to swim around all year round. The area of his own fishery was still too small, and there was no way to sell this kind of fish seedlings. There were no live ones, let alone artificial breeding. This was just for show. If Jiang Hai came here by boat, he could get a few on board, provided that they were not discovered by others. One must know that there was a time limit to the fishing of tuna. Every year from August to October, it was the time to fish for tuna. After this time, it was not allowed to fish. So Jiang Hai could only sigh regretfully and plunge into the deep sea. As the numbers on Jiang Hai's GPS kept jumping, Jiang Hai was getting farther and farther away from sea level. Along the way, Jiang Hai saw a lot of creatures. Most of them were fish, of course. There were some other things occasionally. For example, jellyfish and the like, and even Jiang Hai saw a few sharks in the distance. But unfortunately, they were all small sharks, either cat sharks or mackerel sharks. These sharks were not big in size. When they saw the light source, they would come over to take a look, but they would leave immediately after taking a look. Obviously, the sharks here had seen humans and suffered losses in the hands of humans. They were unwilling to meet Jiang Hai face to face. As the water got deeper and deeper, Jiang Hai also felt that the water temperature was getting colder and colder. Even if he was wearing fluffy clothes inside, Jiang Hai felt a little cold and couldn't help but shrink his neck. The temperature of the sea changed all year round. The temperature of the sea level was related to the local temperature, but 350 meters below the sea level, basically the whole world, except for the North Pole and the South Pole, the temperature was about the same. This layer was also called the thermosphere, and below the thermosphere, the deeper 1 kilometer, the colder it would be. Take the Atlantic Ocean for example. The average temperature of the Atlantic Ocean was 16 degrees. 9 degrees. 1 kilometer below the surface of the water temperature was about 4 to 5 degrees. 1 kilometer below, it was 2 to 3 degrees. About 3 kilometers below, it was more than 1 degree. Although Jiang Hai is now extremely resistant, it is not to the extent that he can't avoid cold and heat, but as long as the temperature is not -20 or 30 degrees, Jiang Hai still has no problem. As the bottom of the sea got deeper and deeper, after 1 kilometer, the fish around Jiang Hai completely disappeared. Originally, before 1 kilometer, he occasionally saw a very ugly fish, lanternfish, whose scientific name is deep-sea anglerfish. It looks similar to an anglerfish, but there is a small light on its head, which attracts other small fish to look at it curiously. Then, it eats the fish. This kind of fish basically lives between 700 and 900 meters. After 1 kilometer, this kind of fish disappeared. It seemed that in an instant, there was only Jiang Hai in the whole world. Except for the place where the headlight shone, the other places were dark. To be honest, such a scene is really scary. After all, there is nothing around him. In Jiang Hai's mind, he unconsciously imagined that he was swimming in front of some sea monsters, preparing to prey on him. Fortunately, he knows that this is just his imagination. While giving himself courage, he maintained his focus and continued to swim downstream. At about 2:00 in the morning, Jiang Hai's headlight, which can illuminate 200 meters, finally found his target, Sin City. This is a very old medieval galleon. The whole length of the ship is about 30 meters, and the width is about half of the length, about 15 meters. Although the sinking time is longer than the time Jiang Hai saw the sunken ship last time, perhaps because it has been in the deep sea, there is no oxygen and no sunlight, so the natural corrosion is much lower. How can Jiang Hai live without oxygen? Well, Jiang Hai also doesn't know how he lives here. Anyway, he doesn't feel suffocated. At this time, the ship was in an I shape. The bow and stern of the ship happened to be stuck on both sides of the sea. It was just hanging there. The sails and other things on the ship had long rotted away. Some of the ship's planks and other things were also broken. Some passing kelp has taken root and sprouted in the empty cabin. It floats around with the current under the water, as if it is saying, "Come on, come on." But who knows what the result will be after going there? On the bow of the ship, the Virgin Mary, which was originally made of metal, can no longer be seen at this time. Only a lot of shellfish can be seen parasitizing there. There are also some plants that Jiang Hai can't name. Looking at the appearance of the ship, Jiang Hai feels that the cold wind in his head seems to be getting stronger and stronger. The whole ship gives people the feeling of a ghost ship. Well, this is a ghost ship to begin with. Jiang Hai deliberately looked at the ship when he was descending. The ship is just hanging on the edge of the cliff. Although he is not sure if the ship can withstand the impact of his fall, Jiang Hai is not prepared to try. If it can't withstand the impact and falls, won't he have to live more than 2,000 meters downstream? That would be too tiring. So he is prepared to lie down on the cliffs on both sides first, then slowly walk to the ship. But the moment Jiang Hai shines the headlight on the cliffs on both sides, his scalp feels like it is exploding. The hair on his whole body tightens in an instant, and his hair stands on end. His whole back gives a dense feeling of disgust. He almost can't hold the engine in his hand. Fortunately, he is a brave person. He forcibly grabbed the engine and turned it off, preventing it from falling. Jiang Hai swallowed another mouthful of saliva. He resisted the disgust and looked at the cliffs on both sides. Under the illumination of his headlight, the cliffs on both sides are densely packed with countless insects. Looking at these insects, Jiang Hai subconsciously stopped in the middle. He doesn't know what to do. Chapter 292. Phew, calm down, calm down. Jiang Hai placed the engine behind him and took 2 deep breaths. Well, he didn't know what he was inhaling, but he was just comforting himself to calm down. Then, he looked at the worms again. The smallest of these worms was as big as an adult's head. They had a fleshy brown body and were just lying there, moving their tentacles from time to time. They had a hard shell on their back and looked like a cockroach, but they didn't have wings. The one that looked the most similar to a cockroach was the tide worm. Its Chinese name was rat woman. Usually, people who lived in a one-story house or if the house was damp, would be prone to this worm. It wasn't big, only 3 to 5 centimeters long. It didn't bite and wasn't poisonous, so it wasn't harmful to humans. It mainly ate leaves and vegetables, and was a threat to nature. But in fact, tide worms originally lived in the sea. They were the only crustaceans that adapted to living on land. They were considered close relatives to crabs, shrimps, lobsters, and so on. They didn't want to eat shrimps at all. The creature in front of Jiang Hai was called the giant deep sea louse. In fact, it was the tide worm of the sea. Although this creature wasn't as herbivorous as the tide worm, it wasn't a threat to humans. Although this creature was carnivorous, it wasn't a ferocious creature. They only cleaned the carcasses of animals at the bottom of the sea. Their combat power was really weak. Jiang Hai entered the deep sea and was already heavily armed, not to mention these deep sea creatures. Therefore, he more or less understood the situation. After seeing the creature clearly, Jiang Hai gradually calmed down. He glanced at the ship below and swam towards the cliff. Perhaps they felt the change in the water flow. When Jiang Hai swam over, the deep sea louse quickly crawled away. Obviously, compared to Jiang Hai who was afraid of them, they were more afraid of Jiang Hai. This allowed Jiang Hai to gently lie down on the cliff. After slowly climbing down, Jiang Hai arrived at the bow of the ship. Jiang Hai's feet left the cliff, and with a light step, he was already standing on the Maria statue on the bow of the ship. Bang! When Jiang Hai's foot landed, although he only added a little weight, the ship still shook. This gave Jiang Hai a fright. Fortunately, the ship only shook a little before it stopped shaking. This made Jiang Hai feel relieved. But just as he took a step forward, a shadow flashed in front of him. This gave him another scare, but when the headlight shone over, he couldn't help but feel a little stuffy. This was a devouring eel. There were many photos of this thing on the internet. It had a big head and a body as thin as a rope. The longest they could grow was 1.8 meters. They lived in the deep sea, but they still posed no threat to him. Sigh, how dare I? Jiang Hai was speechless as he watched the devouring eel swim away. Ever since he entered the bottom of the sea, he had been startled. It was too tiring. When did he become so timid? In fact, it wasn't Jiang Hai's fault. People would always have some fear of the unknown, just like him now. There is nothing to be afraid of, there is nothing to be afraid of. After giving himself a boost of courage, Jiang Hai took out the spear gun behind him. Next time, if anyone scares him, he will shoot them without hesitation. Since Jiang Hai wanted to come to the deep sea, he naturally checked the information. In fact, in the deep sea, except for some poisonous creatures, at least among the animals found by humans, there were almost no animals that were a threat to humans. In the deep sea, there were 4 kinds of creatures with the most aggressive. The giant squid was divided into 2 kinds, the king squid and the giant spear squid. The king squid was up to 20 meters long, and the giant spear squid was bigger than the king squid, which was a threat to humans. Second, the sperm whale, after all, was a carnivorous whale. It was definitely a threat. Third, the 6-jaw shark, which was an extremely ancient shark. It had not evolved since it evolved 200 million years ago. It was one of the overlords in the deep sea. Fourthly, the emperor ribbonfish, which was the thing that was always regarded as the dragon king, could grow up to 15 meters long. However, there was a problem. This kind of fish had no teeth and moved very slowly. It was not much faster than a human walking in the water. This hunting game was like an eel, hiding in a place and then waiting for a fish to come over. Then, it would suck the fish in and be done with it. Except for these 4 creatures, there were no deep-sea creatures that were a threat to Jiang Hai. Sometimes, Jiang Hai thought too much. After taking a few deep breaths, Jiang Hai walked forward. Of course, knowing was knowing, but humans still knew little about the deep sea after all. If there were any messy creatures, it would be troublesome. If a plesiosaur or basilosaurus came out, wouldn't Jiang Hai be finished here? So it would never be wrong to be careful. Walking forward little by little, Jiang Hai found that there were still many creatures in the vicinity. For example, there was a fish swimming by him at this time. This fish was about 15 or 16 centimeters long and looked very ugly. The towel was ugly, but in fact, compared to it, the towel was actually a very beautiful fish. It could be raised as an ornamental fish. This kind of fish was not big, but it was earth-shattering. Perhaps in the deep sea, no one could see each other when they reached adulthood. This kind of fish had almost the same face as the tawoo, but its big teeth were crooked and protruding out like this. So it was even more ugly. This fish was called fang, and it was a very common fish in the deep sea. From 500 meters to 5,000 meters below sea level, it was their paradise. In fact, according to human standards, 200 meters below sea level was the deep sea. In addition to this deep sea overlord, Jiang Hai also saw a very beautiful creature. Jiang Hai had only seen this creature dead. This creature was called string eel. Unlike the ugly devouring eel, this string eel was very beautiful. Its entire body was like a string. It had a long mouth and big eyes. Most importantly, this kind of string eel could emit light. Moreover, its skin was transparent, and one could see its internal organs. Therefore, when it flashed, it was quite beautiful. But unfortunately, these creatures could not be taken to the surface. The water pressure was different, so they would die if they went up. In addition, there were a lot of shellfish and insects here. Jiang Hai had always been disinterested in insects. Therefore, he only took a glance and quickly walked towards the depths of the ship, following what he had learned. Such a ship, the first floor and plate armor had almost no treasures. The first floor was the captain's room. If it was not the captain's main ship, then it was the first mate who was the captain. The second floor was where the sailors lived. There was also a cannon room, a warehouse for vegetables and wine, and a kitchen. Some pirates would put their treasures on the second floor because the space in the warehouse was not enough, but this ship was so big that it was almost impossible. The only treasures that could be found on the second floor were those that the pirates directly divided after robbing and kept. But the probability of this was not very high, so Jiang Hai's goal was the third floor. Of course, when he passed by the second floor, it was also good to take a look. Jiang Hai walked slowly forward on the plate armor. After reaching the captain's room, he also took a look inside. The door of the captain's room had long been lost. As a result, there was nothing inside. Other than scaring away 2 vampire squid, there was nothing else. As for the vampire squid, sigh, it was just a name. This kind of small squid, the largest was only 15 centimeters. Unless it was caught and looked at closely, it was a little scary. Other than that, there was no other effect. Jiang Hai was afraid, but he would not be afraid of these things. After confirming that there was nothing in the captain's room, Jiang Hai followed the passage of the first floor of the plate armor and slowly climbed to the second floor. After entering the second floor, under the sweep of the headlamp, there was nothing else except for some fangs and live eels. Jiang Hai walked down carefully. Compared to the first floor, the door on the second floor was much better maintained. Perhaps it was because it opened inwards. It was still well preserved, but unfortunately, Jiang Hai was not a person who liked to preserve cultural relics. Anyway, he could not get on this ship, so he did not hold back. Holding the spear in both hands, Jiang Hai went up and kicked a wooden door directly out. The situation in the cabin was reflected in Jiang Hai's sight. This should be a sailor's room. There were 2 bunk beds in it, and there were some sawdust and some clothes that were blown up by Jiang Hai's kick. Other than that, there was nothing else. Jiang Hai couldn't help but curl his lips after glancing at it. Sure enough, it was as he thought. There were probably not many treasures in these sailors' rooms. But just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw a reflection in the corner of the upper bunk of a bed. This made Jiang Hai a little surprised, so he slowly swam in and came to the second floor. After 400 years, the wood of the bed would certainly not be able to withstand Jiang Hai's footsteps. Now that it had a shape, it was already quite difficult. Therefore, Jiang Hai could only float and look at the direction of his gaze. He saw that there was something hanging on the wooden stake at the head of the bed. Jiang Hai casually took it and couldn't help but be surprised. Because this thing was actually not corroded, and it was very hard. It looked like it should be metal. After Jiang Hai wiped away the seaweed outside this thing, Jiang Hai found that it was a piece of dark brown metal. When he opened it, it turned out to be a pocket watch. This made Jiang Hai a little surprised. This could be considered an unexpected gain. Of course, the needle in the pocket watch had long stopped working. There was not even a glass cover on it, so it didn't look very valuable. Chapter 293. Jiang Hai wasn't very sure what material this pocket watch was made of. But he was very clear that it shouldn't be ordinary iron. If it was iron, it might have already rusted. But he didn't know what it was, so he decided to take it back and study it. Jiang Hai put it in his pocket and continued to swim away. The second room was the same. He broke the door violently, but it was a pity that there was nothing this time. The third room, the fourth room, the fifth room. A sailboat like this, if one wanted to operate it and rob it, one would need close to 100 people. It was naturally impossible for 100 people to all live in a room with 4 people. Pirates were naturally divided into different ranks, and the highest was naturally the captain. Next in line was the chief officer, followed by the leaders of the various groups. Some were in charge of logistics, some were in charge of keeping watch, some were in charge of keeping track, some were in charge of inventory, some were in charge of kidnapping, and so on. Apart from these middle-level leaders, those who enjoyed the highest treatment were naturally the combatants. After all, they lived a life of bloodshed, so they lived and ate the best food. In addition to the combatants, the others were ordinary sailors and handymen. The combatants and leaders lived in a room with 4 people, but the sailors and handymen were much worse. Jiang Hai went through the rooms one by one. There were only 10 rooms with 4 bedrooms for 40 people. As for the other rooms, there were 6 rooms for 8 people. There were also 2 large bunk rooms. These were the places where all the people lived. Jiang Hai looked at Jiang Hai. In the rear bunk rooms and where the sailors lived, there wasn't much, and they didn't have much to gain. So Jiang Hai only found some things in the first 10 rooms. In addition to the pocket watch, there were 2 necklaces, and he didn't know what material they were made of. After looking through all the sailors' rooms, there were some turrets and warehouses, but there was nothing in them. The cannonballs had long disappeared, and the turrets had become broken toys. The kitchen and other things could still vaguely be seen, but they had long lost their original appearance. After looking through all the things, Jiang Hai also strolled through the second floor. Sure enough, it was as he thought, the treasure was really on the 3rd floor. Then Jiang Hai went straight to the 3rd floor, but when he came in, Jiang Hai found that the first 3 warehouses on the 3rd floor were damaged. There was nothing inside, and he could clearly see outside. It seemed that this was the reason why the ship sank. He only hoped that those people 400 years ago didn't get the treasure. If the treasure was gone, then Jiang Hai's trip would be in vain. With such thoughts in his mind, Jiang Hai continued to swim forward, and soon arrived at the 4th warehouse. When the 4th warehouse was opened, suddenly a few tentacles, and with lightning speed, they wrapped around Jiang Hai. Looking at the long barbed tentacles, fortunately, Jiang Hai had been on guard. Seeing these tentacles wrapped around him, Jiang Hai didn't say anything and directly pulled the trigger. With a huge impact, the spear instantly shot into the door. It penetrated the body of the creature in the door and flew straight to the other side of the warehouse with this creature. Only hearing a loud bang, Jiang Hai felt that the ship couldn't help but shake a few times. When the shaking stopped, Jiang Hai also looked inside with the headlamp. Sure enough, the thing he had been guarding against appeared. Is this a king squid or a giant spear squid? No matter what it is, this time you are unlucky. Looking at the giant squid, which was almost 6 meters long, pinned to the wall, it was still waving its tentacles, trying to struggle. But it was thinking too much. Jiang Hai's spear was really made when he caught whales in the past. The strength of a whale couldn't break free, let alone a squid, so no matter how it struggled, it was useless. Seeing this guy, Jiang Hai didn't dare to use the spear now. After all, the ship was not very sturdy, so he took out the dagger beside him, swam to the front of this giant squid, grabbed one of its tentacles, and waved the dagger to cut it. Jiang Hai's dagger was not ordinary. Under the influence of Jiang Hai's power, the tentacle was instantly separated from the squid. Jiang Hai threw the tentacle that was still moving far away and cut the second one. He would not allow any threat to be around him. A few minutes later, all the tentacles of this squid had been cut off by Jiang Hai. The blue blood also filled this space, but Jiang Hai didn't care. No longer caring about the still squirming octopus, Jiang Hai looked at the room. With this look, Jiang Hai's eyes couldn't help but light up in an instant. He only saw that at this time, the cabin was full of things. Huge chests, one after another, were thrown in the distance. However, many of the chests were broken. Inside the chests, there were things about the same size as the gold coins that Jiang Hai got before. They were scattered all over the room. Although there were moss and other things growing on them, Jiang Hai was very sure that these things should be gold or silver coins. Among these coins, there were also some pearls or gems. Although the ropes and the like had disappeared, Jiang Hai was very sure that these things were just for fun. They couldn't be made of glass, right? This was something that had been ridiculed miserably. This time, I'm rich, I'm rich. Waving his fist vigorously, Jiang Hai said excitedly. According to his vision, if these things were brought ashore, there would be more than 10 tons. Not to mention more than 10 tons of real gold, silver, pearls, and gems. The most important thing was that these things were more than 300 years ago, nearly 400 years ago. Thinking with his thumb, Jiang Hai knew that he was rich. Although there were some troubles, in front of these things, Jiang Hai felt that these troubles were nothing. Raising cattle was indeed profitable, but after paying taxes, it would be good if he could keep more than 1 billion yuan. Now that he had quietly produced so many antiques, he couldn't help but chuckle. Although the antiques of the European Middle Ages were not as good as those of the Ming Dynasty, these were still antiques. A gold coin, if sold according to the price of gold, was definitely worthless, but if it was a gold coin from 300 years ago, then it would be at least 10 times more valuable. At this time, Jiang Hai had so many in front of him, he really felt that luck was waving at him. There is still one more warehouse, I want to take a look. Then he grabbed a lot of gold coins and threw them into the bag he brought. He needed to identify these things first, and then think about how to get the things in the ship into his hands. But before going up, he had to take a look at the last warehouse, so he could rest assured. Ignoring the giant squid that was still twisting there, Jiang Hai walked into the last warehouse. This time, he didn't touch anything, and this room was a lot emptier. The whole room was not smaller than the previous one, but at this time, there were only 2 boxes. Jiang Hai swam over curiously. After confirming that there was nothing else here, Jiang Hai first smashed one of the boxes, which contained a set of armor. This set of armor was already black, but there was still a faint trace of gold, which made Jiang Hai couldn't help but think of the gold coins he picked up in the beginning. The color was not much different from this, but this one seemed to be redder, which meant that the gold content was not enough. The style of this armor was also very strange. It was the upper body, or to be exact, the whole body, because the lower body was a skirt. However, this skirt was not like the skirt of ancient Chinese battle armor. Instead, it was more like a ballet skirt. The waist of the upper body was also very, very, very thin, and the neck collar was also very high. This was the only thing in the entire box. Jiang Hai couldn't help but be confused. Is this really armor? Although he was a little curious, Jiang Hai still put this armor aside for the time being, and then smashed the other box. But as soon as this box was opened, Jiang Hai had some regrets, because he should have opened this box gently. If one of the things inside was broken, then he would really be distressed, because at this time, there was a pair of vases in front of him. The base color of these 2 vases was white, and there were blue patterns on them. Jiang Hai could clearly see that there was a dragon pattern and a phoenix pattern on the vase. Looking at these 2 things, Jiang Hai's heartbeat couldn't help but slow down by half a beat. He was very sure that these things should be real. After all, no one had come to this ship for more than 300 years. Naturally, it was impossible for someone to deliberately dive underwater and put a pair of vases on the ship in these years. In addition, the style of this vase was more than 300 years old. As long as one carefully thought about it, anyone who knew a little about history would take a deep breath, because this style, this time, this dynasty, only represented one thing. Ming Qinghua. Thinking of this, Jiang Hai felt that his heart was about to jump out. His head couldn't help but be a little dazed, and he also felt a little weak. There was also a feeling of palpitations. He knew that this meant that his blood pressure was high. But now, not to mention high blood pressure, even if blood rushed to his brain, it couldn't stop his surging emotions. Ming Qinghua, Ming Qinghua. These three words were like the Monkey King's band-tightening spell. They kept repeating in Jiang Hai's mind, making him tremble unconsciously. My God, my God, my God, compared with these two things, the things in that room are nothing. Jiang Hai scolded secretly, waving his fist vigorously. This adventure was so worth it. With trembling hands, Jiang Hai slowly picked up one of the vases, turned it upside down, and looked at it. There were 6 big words written on it, Ming Dynasty Wanli Year. Chapter 294. Hey, boss, you're finally back. If you didn't come back, they would have killed me. But to be honest, your medical skills are really amazing. The legendary ancient Chinese medicine can actually cure congenital deafness and muteness. This time, I've really learned something. Watching Jiang Hai walk into his suite with a huge bag on his back, Moses Adams, who was also in the suite at this time, immediately greeted him excitedly. Behind him were Aphrodite and the others with a bitter face. Last night, when Jiang Hai left, he actually told Moses Adams, but he didn't care. He thought that Jiang Hai just went out to have fun. After all, he was a man. Moreover, when they were in New York, the two of them also had a lot of fun. These days, Jiang Hai looked at his daughters all day long. He really didn't have time and leisure to play. Indeed, in Moses Adams' view, although Jiang Hai only had 2 daughters, Delina and Marian. But for so many days, under the intentional guidance of Aphrodite and the others, Jiang Hai didn't touch them. In Moses Adams' view, Jiang Hai probably regarded these girls as his daughters. Otherwise, there was no reason for him not to touch them. Aphrodite and the others were very good-looking. At least in his view, they met both the Western and Eastern aesthetic standards. Their figures were also very good. In such a case, there was only one possibility that the women took the initiative and Jiang Hai was still indifferent. What? Mental misophobia. Don't mess around. Jiang Hai even touched those socialites. What else couldn't he do? As for the problem that rabbits don't eat the grass near their burrows, he had long ignored it. It was also possible that the Europeans and Americans didn't have such an idea. Rabbits eat grass, so naturally, they would eat any grass. Why are you only back now? Didn't you say that it would be safer for us to stay in the hotel? Why did you go out by yourself for so long? You even didn't come back for the night. Seeing Jiang Hai's apologetic look, Aphrodite was pushed forward by the others. Although she didn't want to criticize Jiang Hai, she was the elder sister among them. Daliana and Marian didn't feel right to criticize Jiang Hai. After all, she was the daughter. Therefore, if she had any opinions, she would always raise them to Jiang Hai. As she spoke, her resentful little eyes kept drifting towards Jiang Hai. Her meaning was very obvious. There are so many free things at home, but you don't want them and insist on going out to have fun. Are all men so unreliable? Ah, hee, it's not what you think. I went out to do something. Alright, you guys go back to your room first. I still have some things to discuss with Moses. Although it was a little awkward, Jiang Hai really didn't do anything wrong. He wasn't afraid of ghosts calling at his door, so after saying it calmly, he looked at Moses Adams behind the girls. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the girls looked at each other, and then left Jiang Hai's room under Aphrodite's lead. Only Moses Adams stayed in Jiang Hai's room. He looked at Jiang Hai's serious eyes and knew that there must be something going on. I got some more things, some real things. You see what you can do. Jiang Hai repeatedly confirmed that there was no one else here and there were no hotel surveillance cameras. Jiang Hai took down the big bag behind him and said with a serious face. This bag was bought outside after Jiang Hai came back. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to carry these things back. What is it? Looking at Jiang Hai's mysterious look, Moses Adams asked with some confusion. Under his puzzled gaze, Jiang Hai opened the big bag behind him and carefully took out two things wrapped in newspaper from inside, and carefully put them on the coffee table. Looking at Jiang Hai's careful look, Moses Adams, who originally wanted to help, couldn't help but sit back down. Looking at these two things, they should be vases. Thinking about the price of the antique vases in Huaxia, he felt that it was better for him to sit down obediently, because if they were really antiques, he wouldn't be able to afford it even if he lost his life. This is a good thing I just got. I'm sure it's from the Ming Dynasty, but how do I sell this thing? Slowly taking away the newspaper, two vases appeared in front of Jiang Hai. Although Jiang Hai wanted to take these two vases back and collect them himself, there was a problem. These two vases couldn't get on the plane. Because Jiang Hai didn't bring these things when he came here. If you bought them in Miami, where did you buy them? Do you have an invoice? Do you have a receipt? Did you pay taxes? If you said you picked them up, where did you pick them up? Do you have any witnesses? Is it smuggled? If you want to get on the plane, Jiang Hai has his own plane, so it's much easier. But if you don't have one, it's very troublesome. It was because he figured this out, or maybe because he was paranoid, that Jiang Hai didn't choose to go back to sell it, but was ready to sell it here. I'm not very clear about the situation here, but if it's real, we can find an auction house. Those guys will always have a way. When it came to his profession, Moses Adams became serious. He didn't consider the problem that Jiang Hai's porcelain was fake, because although he didn't know what Jiang Hai's background was, it seemed that Jiang Hai had never been deceived in this regard. If he said it was real, then it was real. But to be honest, he didn't know much about porcelain, so he was a little confused. Are we still looking for an auction house? To be honest, Jiang Hai didn't have a good impression of auction houses. Christie's and Sotheby's, for some historical reasons, made Jiang Hai, who had always thought that he was a descendant of the Yellow Emperor, disdain to look for these two companies. In the past, Phillips had deceived him, which made him a little unhappy. But unfortunately, it was said that only after 3 generations of wealth could one be considered a noble. This was because at that time, not only would one have settled down, even one's social network would have been very wide. Unlike the current Jiang Hai, his connections were pitifully narrow. At the very most, he only knew Pra Walton among the upper-class people in the United States, and the two were in a cooperative relationship. Of course, if the old man Zhang Dihai was also an American, then he would add one more. However, these two people clearly had nothing to do with connections. What's more, the relationship between Jiang Hai and them was not particularly good. It was to the point that he could entrust them to help him sell these priceless treasures. From the looks of it, this seems to be the only way. He touched his chin. Although he didn't want to deal with Phillips again, if he wanted to go out, it seemed that this was the only way. As for selling privately to the rich people here, Jiang Hai wasn't that stupid. Those people were the local tyrants here. If the other party wanted to take advantage of him, then Jiang Hai would be in trouble. So after hesitating for a long time, Jiang Hai decided to contact Philip's people. It wasn't the first time that Philip's people and Jiang Hai cooperated. When Moses Adams called their headquarters, in less than 2 hours, the local people of Philip's came over. It was a small team, including 3 appraisal experts and 2 people in charge of negotiating the price. Of course, if everything was negotiated, there would be people in charge of transportation. Jiang Hai didn't care about transportation. Hello, Mr. Jiang Hai. Thank you for trusting Philip's again. The leader of the 5 people who came over seemed to be a Latin American, but he also looked like an Arab. Well, Jiang Hai really couldn't tell which country these people's faces were from, but his English was quite good. Hello, this time these are the things. You can take a look first, and then we can negotiate the price. After Jiang Hai shook hands with this person, he showed the things behind him. In his big bag, it was impossible to only contain these 2 vases. There were a lot of things in that big bag. He got a lot of gold coins, silver coins, and jewelry from the first warehouse. This was because he also wanted to know the value of these things. Jiang Hai didn't take back all the armor in the last warehouse. Because the armor itself wasn't small, and Jiang Hai didn't know the price of the armor, so in the end, he only took a skirt back. In this way, a lot of things were placed on the table, and it looked really colorful. Of course. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the person in charge here also nodded to the 3 people behind him. These 3 people also had their own jobs. One of them was a middle-aged man from Huaxia who specialized in appraising porcelain. The other 2 were white people. One specialized in appraising gems, and the other specialized in appraising deposits and silver coins. They were also people who came based on Jiang Hai's things. These people were very professional. After getting Jiang Hai's permission, they began to study their own things. After about an hour, these people put down the things in their hands and whispered to the 2 people in charge for a while. Then the 2 people also knew the specific situation and sat opposite Jiang Hai. Mr. Jiang Hai, congratulations. These things are all real. Do you want to sell them? Looking at Jiang Hai, the person in charge here said very seriously. Hearing this, Jiang Hai nodded. Why would he look for them if he didn't want to sell them? Seeing that Jiang Hai agreed, the person here also took out a piece of paper and started to quote according to the things on it. If you want to sell, our company also told us that we don't need to play word games with you, so I'll just quote directly. Our company offers $1 million for your pair of blue and white porcelain vases, $1,000 for each gold coin, $300 for each silver coin, $150 for this ruby, $120,000 for this sapphire. But before he finished, Jiang Hai interrupted him. Wait, how much is this pair of blue and white porcelain vases? For Jiang Hai, the most expensive blue and white porcelain was naturally the Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain, but the Ming dynasty blue and white porcelain was also quite valuable. What did this guy mean? A pair of Dragon Phoenix Ming dynasty blue and white porcelain vases was only worth $1 million. Was he playing with him? Seeing Jiang Hai's confusion, the appraiser said, Mr. Jiang, your vases are real, but that's all they're worth. Chapter 295. The appraiser spoke in Chinese to Jiang Hai, and Jiang Hai understood what he was saying, but he still found it hard to believe. Didn't they say that blue and white porcelain was extremely expensive? Why was there such a huge discrepancy between the price of this toy and the price in his heart? In his opinion, this set of porcelain could be sold for 20 or 30 million, even if it couldn't be sold for hundreds of millions of dollars. But what the hell was this 1 million yuan? Did these guys think that he didn't know anything? The middle-aged man noticed the dissatisfaction on Jiang Hai's face, so he started to explain to Jiang Hai, Mr. Jiang, this set of porcelain is indeed from the Ming dynasty, and it's well preserved. It's from the Wanli period of the Ming dynasty, but because it's from the Wanli period, it's not worth much. Looking at Jiang Hai, the middle-aged man began to explain to Jiang Hai that porcelain was worth a lot of money. But in ancient times, porcelain was even more valuable. It was impossible for the Chinese to not know this, especially when porcelain was sold to the West. It was truly priceless. This point was very tempting to the Chinese merchants in China. But in that era, there was a clear prohibition, and rulers were not allowed to go out to sea. If they couldn't go, they could only rely on those Western merchants to sell these things. China's maritime ban had existed since ancient times. Almost all Huaxia people regarded the Song dynasty as the best era. In fact, there was a maritime ban in the Song dynasty. In the history of the Song dynasty, it was recorded in Taizong's annals. It said that in the second year of Yongxi, 985, in September, Zhao Guanyi banned merchants from the sea. This represented the Song dynasty. From the beginning, merchants were not allowed to go out to sea. Later on, sea merchants might go secretly, but at least they didn't dare to do it openly. Later on, in the Yuan dynasty, the people of the Yuan dynasty didn't know anything about the navy. Just like the burden in Crosstalk now, Mongolia, the commander of the navy, where did the sea come from? So in the Yuan dynasty, the maritime ban was very strong. Later on, in the Ming dynasty, it was naturally stronger. When Zhu Di was still in power, he had sent Zheng He to the west. However, after Zheng He came back, he told Zhu Di that the west was rich in resources, but they were poor. They did not have any strategic reserves such as gold, silver, and copper. The fruits and sugarcane that they produced were also useless to Huaxia. In that era, the common people could not afford to eat sweets, but the high officials and nobles ate sweets. Naturally, they could use beets to make sweets. There was also the consideration of guarding against the pirates in Japan. That was why they went into seclusion. During the Qing dynasty, they had reached a peak. However, although they were not allowed to go out to sea, the people in the court and the merchants were not fools. They didn't want to be sea merchants, but these foreigners came to buy their porcelain. Naturally, they wouldn't be polite. Therefore, during the Wanli dynasty, he saw a business opportunity in this. At that time, the imperial court had abolished the sea ban. Also, he specially made a foreign trade blue and white porcelain for these Western merchants. The quality was naturally about the same as the Chinese porcelain. It was slightly worse than the ones for the inner palace, but it was still better than the ones in the merchant's house. Because the porcelain was sold to foreigners, there were dragons, immortals, phoenixes, kirins, etc. It was not taboo. But the price was naturally different. This kind of porcelain was very common in the Wanli dynasty and Longqing dynasty. It was because of the foreign trade system that Huaxia's porcelain was sold all over the world in that era. Now that 400 years had passed, these porcelains had become antiques, but there was a problem. That was, there were too many of these porcelains. Almost any auction house in the country had such porcelains, and the fake ones might be more expensive than the real ones. In China, to be honest, a single plum bottle like yours is sold for about 2 million to 5 million renminbi. If you don't believe me, you can check it yourself. You are also Chinese, and you have such power in the United States. I think it's not troublesome for you to check the price in China. The reason why I asked for more than 6 million renminbi and 1 million renminbi is mainly because you have a pair. So on the basis of multiplying the price by 2, I increased the price by more than 1 million. Seeing that he had explained it to Jiang Hai clearly, the middle-aged man here was a little embarrassed. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai hesitated for a moment. Put these 2 bottles here first, let's talk about other things first. Although he was a little convinced now, he still wanted to ask about China. While texting Fu Yuan and the others, Jiang Hai said to the person on the other side. The person on the other side didn't care when he heard Jiang Hai's words. A bottle worth 1,000,000 RMB was not a treasure for them, so they continued to quote the price. At this time, Su Wei and the others in China also sent a message back to Jiang Hai. He told Jiang Hai that what the man said was indeed true. A porcelain bottle from the Wanli period was indeed worth a lot of money. A porcelain bottle was enough to buy a house in the capital's 5th Ring Road, but it was impossible to add more than that. For an ordinary person, several million RMB was a lot of money, but for Jiang Hai, it was really a bit of a loss. Just as he finished asking, the person on the other side also quoted the full price for the pile of things. Jiang Hai's 2 bottles were only worth 1,000,000 RMB, and the pile of money and jewelry that he didn't care about was worth 3 million renminbi in total. This made Jiang Hai feel a little helpless, and he shook his head with a bitter smile. It was a consolation prize after all. These jewels took up less than 1% of the space in that cabin at most. If these were worth 3 million renminbi, then the ship's worth of jewels would be worth 200 or 300 million RMB when they went back. This time, it wasn't a waste of effort. Since they had already negotiated, Jiang Hai didn't lower the price, and the other side gave a very honest price. Jiang Hai directly sold the jewels and the pair of porcelain bottles, and the 3 million renminbi was directly transferred to Jiang Hai's account. These people immediately contacted the headquarters. Although 3 million RMB worth of jewels wasn't very high, it was still quite valuable. At least, they couldn't afford it, so it was best to inform the company's security to come and get it. Watching them wrap these things up one by one, Jiang Hai suddenly saw the dress he had been putting in the distance. Hey, didn't you see this? Walking over and picking up the dress, Jiang Hai asked with some surprise. This is also a collection. Looking at this metal dress that seemed to have just been made, a few people couldn't help but ask with some doubts. Of course, these things were collected together. This thing has a history of nearly 400 years. Hearing these people's doubts, Jiang Hai said naturally, but he was just saying. The pair of porcelain bottles he was particularly interested in didn't sell for a price. This set of armor that didn't seem to be worn by humans at all, what price could it be sold for? But as the saying goes, a thief doesn't leave empty-handed. Bah, he's not a thief, and he won't leave empty-handed anyway. This thing was placed at the bottom of the sea. If it could be sold for money, it would be great, even if it was only worth a few 100,000. Nearly 400 years. This is a battle dress. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, a white man who didn't care about it suddenly widened his eyes. He immediately took the dress and looked at it carefully. The original position of the dress was far away from them. At first, these people thought that this was an ashtray that was deliberately made old, but now when Jiang Hai said it, their eyes lit up. The time to study this battle dress was much more than the time to study other things. Nearly 2 hours, when the security guards came, they specially asked these people to bring some new research equipment over. They worked there until 3:00 in the afternoon. The 3 people here raised their heads. While their faces were covered with sweat, there was also a trace of joy and excitement. Mr. Jiang Hai, I don't know if the other matching armor of this battle dress is in your hands, or only this battle dress. After the 3 people whispered to their leader, the man who didn't know whether he was from Latin America or the Middle East couldn't help but be stunned. He then respectfully came in front of Jiang Hai and asked seriously to Jiang Hai. "Oh, I have a set, but I put it somewhere else." When he heard this person's words, Jiang Hai was also stunned. Is this battle dress very valuable? Therefore, his attitude, which was originally not too concerned, instantly changed at this moment. If my team didn't guess wrong, then this set of battle armor should have been specially made by Philip III. It's his exclusive battle armor, moreover, it's a new set of battle armor. The man looked at Jiang Hai and said with a serious expression. Wait, what Philip or sirloin, I don't care. This set of armor, is it very valuable? Hearing that this person seemed to want to give a long explanation about Philip III, Jiang Hai immediately stretched out his hand and stopped him. At the beginning, he told Jiang Hai about the Wanli year. Jiang Hai might be interested in listening. However, when he talked about the history of Europe, Jiang Hai didn't have the mood to listen. He directly interrupted him and asked the question he was most concerned about. This is not a matter of money. Well, business is business. If you decide to sell this item, it is estimated that it will be difficult for our company to pay for it alone. So, in my opinion, you should auction it. Because when the time comes, even if you deduct the tax, you will earn much more than we think. Looking at Jiang Hai, the man's eyes were about to burst into flames. It was obvious that this was a huge sum of money. Can you be more specific? Squinting his eyes, Jiang Hai asked curiously. To be honest, he really didn't expect that the armor would be so valuable. It was so valuable that Philip didn't dare to accept it privately. This was a bit interesting. I've checked your transaction records. I'm sorry, but this is also a requirement of our work. We need to check your credibility. If we add up the price of the two items you've sold, it's probably worth about half a set of armor. Seeing the serious look on Jiang Hai's face, this person also spoke in a serious tone. He wasn't being an alarmist, he was an auctioneer. In such a case, he would only give a low estimate and not a high estimate. This is also his professional quality. Chapter 296. There are quite a few emperors called Philip III. Which one is the one I picked up? On the hotel's computer, Jiang Hai casually flipped through Wikipedia and said to Moses Adams next to him. However, Moses Adams was not so relaxed at this time. Since Philip's people left, he has been wiping his sweat. Indeed, he was shocked by Jiang Hai. He never thought that Jiang Hai would have Philip III's armor. The so-called Philip III has a lot of introductions on the internet, but there are only 5 main monarchs. The king of the Ajid dynasty in the Macedonian period, the king of the Capet dynasty in France, the king of the Evreux dynasty, and a duke of the Burgundy-Valois dynasty, but the only one that can be matched is the king of the Spanish Habsburg dynasty. According to the words of the expert, this Philip III's armor should be new. Jiang Hai combined the historical background and political situation at that time, and he probably guessed that it should be like this. The original Europeans occupied America mainly to plunder the population and resources here to build gold mines. The gold mines in America are naturally more than those in Europe. Of course, Asia also has a lot, but for the Europeans in the 16th century, they can't beat the Asians. They occupied this place and mined the gold, so naturally, they wanted to give it to the Spanish emperor. Directly giving the gold was one thing, but the governor here also wanted to find ways to please the emperor, so he made this armor. At the same time, the merchants who went to Asia also brought back 2 porcelains and sent them together. But they didn't expect that before they could send them, they were taken by pirates. The Habsburg dynasty was once prominent in Europe and once ruled Spain and Portugal. Philip III was the child of Philip II's 4th wife, Archduchess Anna of Austria. When he inherited the throne, Philip III was also a famous Catholic, but unfortunately, he inherited his father's faith, but he didn't inherit his father's talent. He led the Spanish Navy, which was the most powerful at that time, to gradually come to an end. Once, Philip II predicted that his son did not have the ability to manage the empire, and he will be controlled by the palace all his life. Later, it was proven that if Philip II did not become an emperor, he would not starve to death even if he became a prophet. As it turned out, Philip III was not a very controversial person, because he was rotten to the end. He had always liked the playful life of the court, and he squandered a lot of money on it. He almost destroyed the entire empire. After his good fortune in 1621, he left a tattered Spain to his successor. It could be said that he was a father who cheated his son. There was no other father who could compare to him. Perhaps his only political achievement was the marriage of his eldest daughter to Louis XIII, and the birth of Louis XIV, one of the greatest kings of France, but nothing else. Jiang Hai didn't care if this guy was dead or alive. His reputation had nothing to do with him. However, he was very interested in this set of armor. After these people left, Jiang Hai was thinking about how to get these treasures out. If it was like last night, running back and forth was really tiring, and the gains did not make up for the losses. So after thinking about it for a long time, Jiang Hai felt that he could drive a boat directly. Of course, an ordinary boat would definitely not work. A fishing boat would attract too much attention. After all, there were not many fish in that sea area. If a fishing boat was not enough, then he could only use a yacht. It was impossible for him to rent a yacht to others. If there were any surveillance cameras or something like that, then Jiang Hai would be in trouble. So after thinking about it, the only feasible thing was to buy a yacht. Fortunately, this thing was very big, so it was naturally very expensive. However, if the size was not too big, then it was not too big. After checking casually, there were not many places in Miami that sold other things, but there were a lot of places that sold yachts. Just like a certain place in China, there were also regular gatherings similar to the sea and the sky. Naturally, there were many places that sold yachts like this. Jiang Hai checked and found a lot of them. Well, I've decided. I'll buy a yacht and go out to sea to play. At night, I'll live on the sea. At night, I'll go into the water and do a little bit of work. After I'm done here, I'll drive the yacht back to Boston. After all, I'm a billionaire, and the most luxurious yacht is a fishing boat. I'm a little embarrassed. Looking at the yachts on the computer screen in front of him, Jiang Hai calculated in his heart. Behind Jiang Hai, Moses Adams was still calculating how much money it was. After dinner, Jiang Hai returned to his room. First, he called to ask how much money he had in his bank card. When Jiang Hai made this card, he had a total of $330 million. Later, he spent $280 million to buy the manor. The remaining $50 million had been squandered for the past half a year. Buying cars, renovating, buying boats, buying cows, buying fish seedlings, tidying up the wine manor, and paying salaries to Ai Dehua and the others. Adding everything together, the initial $50 million was long gone. After all, he had spent tens of millions on cattle and millions on fish seedlings. Although the car was a small sum, it was still a few $1,000,000. In addition, he had to pay taxes, go to the New York Beef Show, and do a series of other things. The $50 million had long been gone. If it weren't for the millions he had earned from selling fish and discovering gold coins, he might have gone bankrupt. Fortunately, he had survived the worst period of his life. Jiang Hai now had a balance of 273,14559 in his Centurion card. 37. $10 million was a deposit from Pra Walton, which meant that she had accepted all of Jiang Hai's cattle. If she didn't take them all in half a year, the $10 million would belong to Jiang Hai. Of course, the $10 million would still belong to Jiang Hai, but it would still be the cattle's money. Another $5 million was from Zhang Dihai, Grandpa Zhang. Friends were friends, and business was business. He had everything he needed. Another $5 million was from Qi Li. Like Grandpa Zhang, the $20 million was the deposit for his cattle. As for the remaining $7 million, $4 million was all he had, and $3 million was just transferred today. $27 million seemed a lot, but Jiang Hai didn't care too much about it. After all, if he sold more than 10,000 cattle, he would have to sell them at least 50 times more. That was his net worth. However, he still had to wait for all the cattle to be sold. There was still half a year, but he didn't have to wait for the auction this time. If that set of armor could really be sold for a sky-high price of $1 billion, even if he had to pay 35% of the tax, Jiang Hai could still get 65% of it back. That would be $650 million. In an instant, his slightly tight life would become rich. Thinking of this, Jiang Hai's heart, which was already very hot, was burning again. It's decided. That's it. Jiang Hai said seriously as he patted his bed. After getting up the next morning, Jiang Hai announced this to everyone. Because he felt that it was a little boring to play on land, he was going to buy a yacht and then go to the sea to play. But this time, in order to keep it a secret, only 8 girls, including Jiang Hai, Delina, Marian, and Aphrodite, would go to sea. Moses Adams was not among them. Moses Adams didn't care about this, although he knew that he hadn't gained Jiang Hai's 100% trust. This time, Jiang Hai was going to sea to get back the goods he had mentioned. Of course, he wouldn't know the location, but it was good enough that Jiang Hai revealed this information to him. What's more, Jiang Hai would use him in the auction later. He would continue to stay in Miami to eat, drink, and play. His life was wonderful. At the same time, when Jiang Hai went to sea, he had another task. Although the place where Jiang Hai went to sea this time was not far, if he encountered any danger, it would be very troublesome, so he needed to prepare weapons for Jiang Hai. When Moses Adams was busy, Jiang Hai also took a group of girls around him to the most famous yacht fair in Miami. When their car was parked in the parking lot, even Jiang Hai wanted to curse. What was a luxury car fair? This was it. In the parking lot, there were luxury cars everywhere at this time. Looking around, what was a Lamborghini, which was a Ferrari, Porsche, Bugatti, Bentley, Aston Martin, Alfa Romeo, Rolls-Royce, Maybach, and so on. Although some of the cars were only equipped with 13 sharp weapons, they were not as good as the cars in Jiang Hai's garage. But these cars were not bad. Driving a BMW 7 Series or a Mercedes-Benz S-Series here was really embarrassing. As for the Japanese cars, they were not allowed to enter at all. The only exception may be Lexus. Seeing Jiang Hai and his group get out of the car, many young people who were gathered in the distance and bragging couldn't help but focus their eyes on them. Some of them were even bold enough to whistle. Perhaps in their eyes, Aphrodite and the other girls were probably peripheral girls. After all, they were dressed rather well, but they were far from being able to walk around here. Besides, even if they were really rich girls, it wasn't as if they couldn't hook up with them. Looking at the faces of these guys, Jiang Hai looked at them with disdain. These guys were showing off, he endured it. But if they dared to show off, then he didn't mind letting them know why the flowers were so red. He had a bad temper. Chapter 297. Miami was worthy of its reputation as the city of sin and God's reception room. Jiang Hai led Aphrodite and the others from the parking lot into the harbor in front of them and saw a completely different scene. It was just a door. Outside the door was the normal world, but inside the door was another world, the world of the rich. Jiang Hai looked around and saw that at this time, in a small harbor specially opened in the harbor of Miami, countless yachts were docked there. Unlike the small boats in China that dared to call themselves yachts, the yachts here were all very large. The small ones were more than 30 meters long, with 2 or 3 floors, so people could clearly distinguish them from fishing boats and the like at a glance. Jiang Hai's target was these guys. In front of these yachts, in addition to some muscular men acting as the bodyguards of the yachts, there were more men. There were also some women wearing very revealing clothes. These women were all quite young. Basically, they were in their 20s, with all kinds of skin colors and styles, but all of them had delicate faces and perfect figures. After all, these girls counted on these things to make a living. Some of these women were socialites, but most of them were models. They were different from those in China who dared to call themselves otaku goddesses on the internet after taking a few sets of photos. These models were all real. Every year, they flew all over the world to walk on the runway, but the salary of a model was not as good as imagined. It was not a bad choice to marry a diamond old man when they were the youngest and most beautiful. Of course, if it was just one night or finding a lover, they had to think about it. These girls were not a one-time deal. Looking at their gorgeously dressed appearance, if you wanted to dump them, you would have to pay a piece of meat. At this time, they gathered in groups of 3 or 5 in front of some yachts or some old men to show themselves. Of course, the bigger the yacht, the more people gathered. Of course, where there were more people, there was more competition, and the chances of being selected were much lower. Therefore, some women who were not very good conditions and were a little older, but were still very beautiful, chose small yachts. Even if they could not catch a few $1 billion, it was still a good choice to catch a few tens of millions. In front of these yachts, there were also many men. Some of these men were young, but most of them were not young. Men in their 30s, 40s, and even the most mainstream ones were men in their 50s or 60s. They mingled among the hot girls, taking advantage of them and telling dirty jokes, causing the girls to grumble. Originally, Aphrodite and the others were very conspicuous outside, but after entering this place, Aphrodite and the others were not so conspicuous. After all, their pretty faces didn't have much of an advantage here. Compared to a group of people with 30 points, a 90-point face was naturally as beautiful as a fairy. However, if the people around her were all in the 70s or 80s, then it wouldn't be too eye-catching. Moreover, they were dressed very conservatively. Of course, this was based on the current conditions here. "Sir, what can I do for you?" Just as Jiang Hai and the others walked in, 2 men wearing tight black vests at the door came over. These 2 guys were black, both with big bald heads. The vests were tight on their muscles, looking very fierce, giving people an inexplicable sense of oppression. "I'm here to buy a yacht." Looking at the yachts in front of him, Jiang Hai was thinking about what to buy. "Sir, where is your invitation letter?" Hearing Jiang Hai casually say that he wanted to buy a yacht, the black man couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Because now the whole world knows that Huaxia people are rich, but this is not a place where people can casually enter. "I don't have that kind of thing, is this okay?" Jiang Hai didn't make things difficult for these security guards, but directly showed his black gold card. Sometimes, this thing is the most symbolic existence. If someone can afford it, then they are not ordinary people. "Oh, I'm sorry to disturb you, sir. You are the owner inside, do you need a shopping guide?" Seeing Jiang Hai's black gold card, the security guard was not inexperienced. He immediately retreated to the side respectfully. He couldn't afford to offend this person. "Yes, call one for me." Hearing this person's words, Jiang Hai also nodded. He didn't know how to choose. Seeing that Jiang Hai seemed to really want to buy a yacht, the security guard here immediately said, "Please wait a moment." After waiting for about 5 minutes, a figure quickly ran over from afar. This figure was a woman who looked to be 26 or 27 years old. She was a standard blonde American. She was not ugly, with slightly curly hair tied into a ponytail behind her head. She also wore a pair of black glasses on her face. He was wearing a white shirt on his upper body, but the top 3 buttons of this shirt were not fastened. Originally, when he stood on the ground, he could see a huge ravine. Now that he was running, it was really a bit of a reversal of 3 views. She wore a short skirt that was just short enough to cover the most important part of her body, and a pair of black high heels. He had to admit that this woman should have practiced. The high heels were about 10 centimeters high, but she could still run. "Hello, sir, are you the one who wants to buy a yacht? I am your shopping guide, my name is Jennifer." The girl ran all the way to Jiang Hai and deliberately put her hands on her knees. She bent down so that Jiang Hai could pay attention to this pair of existences that could topple his worldview. After looking at them for more than 10 seconds, the girl didn't seem to notice at all. At this time, she slowly stood up and said with a smile. But as soon as she raised her head, she saw Aphrodite and the others beside Jiang Hai shooting their gazes at her like sharp arrows. Except for Delina and Marion, who maintained an indifferent state, they clearly saw this woman's movements. However, they couldn't do anything to Jiang Hai, so they could only secretly guard against this guy. However, this guy didn't care about the hostility of Aphrodite and the others. Selling a yacht was actually similar to selling a car or a house. One must know that the commission of this kind of thing is also very high. It can make a lot of money, so what's wrong with selling one's body? Cough. "Oh, hello, my surname is Jiang. Let's go first. You can introduce me to the one I like." Perhaps feeling the awkward atmosphere in the air, Jiang Hai smiled and walked forward. Jennifer also smiled and walked to Jiang Hai's side, leading Jiang Hai to the yachts in the distance. It is said that the richest people play with yachts. Originally, Jiang Hai didn't care about it, but after taking a closer look, he found it to be true. How expensive can the most expensive car be? Of course, it's not limited edition or made of gold. It's the kind of car that can be bought with money. Some people say that it's a gold supercar, a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost, a Lamborghini Hermes, etc. But in fact, these 3 cars are all nonsense, especially the last one. It's just a concept car. It hasn't even been produced. How can it be worth 380 million renminbi? Currently, the most expensive car in the market is the Bugatti series, and it's a Veyron convertible. It's about 40 million renminbi. Converted to USD, it's about 7 million renminbi. Of course, there might be other cars that are more expensive than this one, but it's the best car that can be bought. Planes are more expensive than cars. If a plane is bought well and has good configuration, 20 to 30 million renminbi will be more than 100 million renminbi. The most expensive ones could even reach 100 million yuan. However, 100 million yuan was already quite good. It might not be the best, but it was still the best. But if it's a yacht, well, 100 million renminbi is just the starting line. Of course, we're talking about dollars here. It wouldn't be interesting if we were talking about dollars. The yachts that Jiang Hai and the others were looking at were arranged in alphabetical order. The first one was Azima's brand, a top Italian yacht brand. This year, they were mainly promoting a small yacht, Azimuth 95, with a price of $9 million. This was a very low configuration. If you want a good one, it would cost $12 million. Don't look at the price because this yacht was really small, 97 feet. This is a unit of length for yachts, feet, converted to meters. The captain was less than 30 meters. Are you kidding? Jiang Hai is only looking at the yacht. Even 30 meters is too big for him. Jiang Hai had bragged so much just now. All the yachts with more than 100 million renminbi are big yachts. A 30-meter yacht is too big for Jiang Hai. After all, he only has 27 million renminbi in total. Behind Azimut are the French brand Bonnetter and Guida's BV. BV is similar to Azimut. They are all small yachts with a length of about 30 meters. There are only 5 types of yachts, and all of them are priced at more than 10 million renminbi. The Germans' products were very sturdy. This was something they had in common, but the price they sold them at was also unusually high. But compared to BV, Bonnetter's yachts are much cheaper. They also have bigger yachts with a length of more than 30 meters. But most of them are small boats, and some are even 6 to 7 meters long. They are as big as the yachts in China. But the appearance and equipment of these yachts are different. They are more like speedboats than yachts. Jiang Hai looked at a few larger yachts, that is, 11 or 12 meters long double-decker yachts, which were like this. It really wasn't that expensive. The $1.5 million for a 12-meter room was all well-equipped, including GPS, leather upholstery, and so on. There were 3 guest rooms in total, 1 master bedroom, 2 guest bedrooms, and a lounge that could be used for a party. It's not a problem to accommodate a dozen people. To be honest, this is what Jiang Hai wants to buy. The other 11-meter yacht is only 860,000 renminbi. The only problem is that the bedroom is a little small. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.